Hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits. I'm Brian, and I'm Horse. Hey Matthew, good to see you. Jumping back in for some more Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. We gotta be on the grind. My voice is a little shot, so this will be a lo-fi pack snack. It'll probably be a snack pack of those because I have to make some moves. So the goal is to do a 50-piece bucket, you know. So we're just gonna like grab us a 50-piece bucket of power pellets and sit back and relax, catch us 50 dubs, and have some good games. And that way it's a lot less pressure than that last stream. I appreciate anybody that stopped by. Matthew, I don't know if I called you out on the end of that last stream, but thank you for showing up for that. It was very epic. I highly suggest you check it out. Very blessed, humble, thankful, and appreciative to be a part of that and be able to do that for you. Trying to be the only pack that can continue to navigate the sea of haters when it comes to this game. This game is wonderful. I will continue to embrace and show positivity and happiness towards this game because I'm such a huge Pac-Man fan. So that's what it's all about. It's celebrating Pac-Man, celebrating Pac-Man. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get into it. And I appreciate you guys stopping by. Let's go ahead and give a update of what we got going on the leaderboards here. As you can see, some people have made some moves. On the U.S. Eastern, we are still doing okay with our perfect 400-0. We beat our new rival Space, and that's the first rival's name that I pretty much have set as a rival because he came out of nowhere. Eclipsed us by about 34 wins, so in our last session we pushed past him. He's a pretty good player, you can tell by his rating, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't suffer. He suffers from, unfortunately, not getting in the top couple spaces every time because you can just see based on the pacing of his rating that he's got a couple of lower place rankings. But you can look at a guy like Cozy, and he's really excellent because if you look at him, ratings adjusted based on if you take what I got with my perfect games, and you look at our stats, which is very high, that we've had very little games that are not first or second place, that he has to be as good or better than us, and I'm willing to concede that because you got to give props where they're due, and we will definitely know where the chips lie when me and Kobe finally get to go off against each other. Definitely appreciate the effort that they're putting in and the grind that they're putting in because as you can see, we're all trying to become the first season's Chomp Champ, and I love that we have our name in the hat there. Hey Panther, what's up, buddy? Glad to see you. Yeah, I'm hoarse. I'm not. I appreciate that I sound thirsty. I'm just really hoarse because you can see that this game's been out for a week, and after we do our streams today, we'll already have 48 hours of booked content with it. But yeah, you can hear it's like raspy, so there won't be a lot of commentary on this stream. I'm just going to be getting it done, but I will try to at least, engage in chat in between games. So with that being said, I don't want to get too distracted, and I'm going to go ahead and hone in here, but I appreciate that. Yeah, I did take a big sip of water, and I will continue to hydrate. Probably maybe some really good tea, some chamomile tea, but obviously we're not rocking chamomile tea for the stream right now because we're in the eastern United States, and it's getting late, so for a session it would not be good for me to drink a bunch of sleepy tea and slip off into slumberland. It's like I want to entertain you guys as I'm doing these streams, so I feel like I've had to talk through a lot of them, and then with us, I've not done this much talking in my life as far as like in a long time. Damn it. So like I'm not exactly used to that, and it's definitely showing on stream. So. Why did I just die out of nowhere? Why did that happen? Alright, that first game was a doozy. Just one moment, please.
What's up, Dad? How's stream been so far?
I realized that I don't have the stamina to do as much commentary as I'd like to do, even if I'm trying to be social, so I'm just trying to do some chill and lo-fi stuffs. It's, the first game was weird, man. I really wish I wouldn't have read about people having weird issues in other servers, because we had a death out of nowhere for no reason, unprovoked. We were just sitting there and died. I don't know how to feel about that. Considering the fact how blessed we were with some of the streaks that we've gotten, and now we know that any of those could have possibly ended if that was our last guy, and that would have happened.
Yeah. What's up, Panther? Panther says, what's the best power?
It's definitely Dazer, because it's your clutch. If you're in the maze with, it doesn't matter if you're in the maze with a real or an AI person, they're pretty much boned if you face them 1v1 and you have one, because you can hit an Energizer, hit a Dazer, and they're done. You can chase to an Energizer and like give them the false hope that you don't have one, and like act like you're racing to it, hit it last second, pass them by, hit the Energizer, and double back and down them. It's not OP. It's perfectly balanced, because there's no guarantee that you're gonna have one. Because when you get them, you probably might find yourself in a situation that you might need them before you get to a conflict. So they're good to get you out of a clutch.
But look at like what you just had to do there, like to route all the way around. Like I feel like some people would have just died.
Oh, they would have.
And wouldn't know how to route the ghosts like that.
And if they're above 32 placement, they could just beef it and get the dub and be happy with that. But that's not us. That we're uniquely Pacman. He wouldn't just give up. I mean, look at the Pacman cartoon. Every time that it looks like he gives up and he's gonna just be defeated by Mesmeron, he just does his thing, man. He packs it up and he shows out. So I don't know. There's nothing. I don't think it would mean as much if we had a huge amount of wins, but they weren't of high quality. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that we're gonna like stay perfect and get first place in every game and every time, but who doesn't want to have a tremendous win-loss record completely preserved on YouTube? For anything. It doesn't even matter what it is. It could be throwing sticks into a bucket and not missing, if that's your thing. I mean, people do those trick shot videos all the time, and we're just kind of doing it in the form of stunts. Like, we're going to do this thing, and then we do it. It's awesome. Like, I don't know how many people would have beat Nameless King in 2 streams. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
In only 4.5 hours.
I know, and
like,
it's
like,
there.
Wait,
like, you didn't all stream any of that. You
literally
didn't...
like 4.5 hours, including training time, learning the boss, and then executing it.
So like we have the stamina here in the Vid-Bits lab that we just sit here and we cook up these crazy schemes and we just execute at such high level of precision because we believe in ourselves and you believe in us. It's like a beautiful flux thing. It's a beautiful flow state. But for sure, I think Dazer's the best power just because of the clutching. If not, if I had to say a second best power, it would probably be Ghost Repel, because as long as you don't super advance on them, you can find a way to then still take the paths that you want and clear the lanes that you want, which is great because there's times that they'll be in their way and they'll make it so you have to do a bunch of rerouting, and if you have that, you won't have to do that as much.
That makes sense. Alright, I'm going to be watching the stream in the other room, multitasking, possibly playing a game for myself, not for content.
God, right?
Can you believe it?
Yeah, we won't even talk about those because we don't even want to know what things that you play by yourself in case they say, hey, let's start that into a series.
Yeah,
no, I'm not going to say it.
It's
there's some little morsels you got to save on your plate, Bray. I appreciate you stopping in. If you feel inclined to see you towards the end, like I said, we're going for 50 dubs on this stream.
Alright, man.
Alright.
If I haven't fallen asleep by then, I'll come and see how you're doing.
Fair enough, bud. Appreciate you, man. Love you.
Love you too.
That guy's the best. I highly suggest you get yourself a Bray in the form of like a best friend, or if you're lucky enough to have a child, don't put all your interest off on them, but definitely make sure that they're eligible for them because you're you and they look up to you, they're going to probably like the things you like, so just be very careful what that is. Mine just happened to be tasty foods and video games, and so Braden loves tasty foods and video games, and I'm pretty okay with that. I will tell you what though, and it may just be me not paying much attention, but it seems like the transition screen for how many packs load in and then going into the game, it just feels a little bit quicker, so I need to make sure that I have the controller in my hands after it loads onto that screen. I was in the middle taking a drink of water, but stuff like that, if you're trying to pace yourself, Also, if you decide to do something crazy like the epic stream that we did this morning, hitting 100 dubs in a row, make sure that you do stuff like balance it out. I had some shoot stuff to do today. I took a nice lengthy nap. I wouldn't say a nap, I actually slept for 5 straight hours. And then I went and did some physical work. I did some cardio. And it's important to keep yourself balanced like that. You know, you can definitely do amazing things as far as video games concerned, but it's only going to be working out in your favor if you stay balanced with your life activities. So I highly suggest that, because as much as I would like to sit here and you know, take and put us in on top of the leaderboard right away, I'm doing it in the pace that we're supposed to be doing it in. So, and that also goes to people that's competing with me in the leaderboards, guys. Don't take it too seriously. You know, I say I'm going to be best in the world. It's because I already know that we're best in the world, because this is Pacman. We were born to do this. It's our Pac destiny to be, you know, the people that get to make Pac history. So we're going to just keep doing it and being thankful, humble, loving, and appreciative towards it, but also maintain all of our other Vid-Bits responsibilities, all of our other real life responsibilities to get it, instead of like, I could take time off from my shoot job and just sit here and find out. I could talk to a nutritionalist and find out how to be able to stream for 18-hour days and take 6-hour sleeps and just play this as a job for the next week and take number 1, and that wouldn't be interesting, because then people would be like, this guy's killing himself to get Pacman number 1, and I'm not trying to do that. But you're going to see some epic streams. You're going to see a legendary stream by the time it's all said and done. I'm really wanting there'll be 2 legendary streams by the time it's all said and done. Probably 1 legendary stream to get the record, and then we'll be nuts and we'll use a legendary stream to push ourselves as far ahead as we possibly can, so that way we can have, you know, I'm setting up the pack snacks and the snack packs as a way to maintain the record after it happens, because if I have that good of a lead, I can play 90 minutes to 4 hours a day and not have to play 8 hours to 12 hours a day to keep the record. And that's what it is. That's what it's all about. So have a plan, have a plan, a way to actuate that plan. Have really good support system to actuate that plan. I have a lot of people that love and take care of me as far as emotionally goes. You know, they care about me. They make sure that I'm making a lot of the intelligent decisions in these things. You know, and it's not just family. And quite honestly, the people that I think love me the most are a lot of people that stop in these streams and support us. So I can't say enough about that. Like, I know that we've never met physically, and some of us have never even, you know, verbally talked. We've just talked in stream. But you hanging out for this journey, you know, it means a lot to us. So thank you very much. It's fun to like not feel as gooey in my brain as I did last night, though, because I'll tell you, it was getting a little bit hairy there until Know-It-All and Panther and Skippy stopped by. It was absolutely amazing. Very cool to cross the finish line of that crazy feat last night, or this morning, depending on when you're watching this. It looks like this stream we will also hit 100K as far as pack coins go, which is awesome. If you've heard me before talk about it, I have enough money to buy everything cosmetically in the game now, and I haven't decided when I'm going to do that, but I'm going to make sure that I make that a special stream. It might even be like it's recorded like during the gameplay live or whatever, but then maybe subvetted for like the members only people. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It's going to be fun though. But then basically the measure of how much experience points you have outside of the game itself will be how many pack coins you have, because there won't be anything to spend them on. And I always think that a game that has credits for a gacha mechanic that you can't spend this anymore on will be a different measure of score. You know what I mean? How many did you earn? How much do you have? Like, you can literally become a pack millionaire and coins eventually, and I wonder what that would look like if you had 1 million coins and you couldn't spend them, if they actually have the integer ability in that location on the screen, because they weren't sure that somebody's going to get 1 million coins and not use them. But we're almost on a tenth of the way there after, you know, under about 36 or so hours of gameplay combined. So that also shows you that you can earn 1,000,000 pack coins if you take, you know, about 40 hours times 100, so it's about 400 hours. In 400 hours, you can earn 1,000,000 pack coins. I've already been able to do the math because a lot of our stuff is min-max, guys. Like a lot of our situations is pretty refined. Like that last stream was 100 wins, and there was very little breaks in there. So, like, I don't know. I would not physically tell anybody that they should push themselves that far and not take those breaks to get to beat that record. You know, that'd be stupid. I'm not saying it because I want to keep my record, but I think we have a record on YouTube for some of that stuff. So, like, to me personally, somebody that loves records and speedrunning and everything else, I'm, like, happy to have that record, but I know personally I'd be frustrated if I knew that you guys, you know, went out of your way to overly physically exert yourself to take it from me, because then you could just have it, you know what I mean? Like, that's the way I feel about it. A lot of, like, especially, like, a lot of those old marathon scores, like, if you look at some of those marathon scores in arcade games, we can give each other shit all we want for how much time we're spending while we're gaming and stuff, but those people used to stand in front of those arcade machines for days, guys. Like, days. I don't know how. Like, they had to all have some sort of, like, screen that didn't advance the game or whatever, I guess, so that you could take a piss break and eat and all the other stuff, but, like, some of those marathon scores were days long. Like, I think Star Wars Arcade is, like, days, like, of doing the same thing. So, like, people can give me shit and be like, you're you know, your brain's mush for you doing the same thing over this small period of time. Well, these guys used to do that, and, like, they were lauded for their accomplishments, and they were a big deal, so I don't know. I think it's just apples and oranges as to whether or not it's a big deal or not. But me personally, I think it's a big deal. Anytime that anybody spends that much time on something that they're passionate about and gives it their all, so. And also, I'm not trying to intentionally give you guys anxiety with my play, but I've played Pacman Championship Edition before in front of people that they could not watch the screen anymore because of how crazy things got. And, like, that's how awesome that game is, but, like, I get it. You know what I mean? I personally, there's times that I have to, I don't know, take a step back and recalibrate my brain, because it's like sometimes I'll be making moves and stuff that doesn't seem to make any sense to even me, and then they still work and stuff, and then I'm like, why did I even do that? And then if you start developing habits like that, as far as like lane choices and go, then you're gonna continuously make really tight choices, and like it would make even you clench, you know. So I don't know what to say about that. I know that you know, that's a personal thing. If you want to be crazy, then be crazy. Oh, I gotta take a picture of that. File not found, baby. Pack file not found. That's gonna be a fun little meme or whatever. If I can get my camera on my damn phone, because I've been snapping these on my phone, so I can put them on my profile picture and stuff. Some of the one-time screens that I'll only see one time on this account. You know, that kind of stuff to me is awesome. But I'm also super into numerology too, so. The one-time screens, like 404, man, pack 404. Like, this will only happen once on the Vid-Bits account, unless they wipe the scores every season. So, and again, that's all speculation because I haven't done the footwork. And that's the thing, guys. I got brought down by some bad review on this game today, and it's only because I was doing the footwork to look on season research. I was looking to see, you know, if they're talking about whether or not this is going to be like reset on seasons and stuff, and they were going to release different skins and stuff. Even if it's pay to play, that's like still knowing that they're doing that in, like, you know, waves and stuff gives me hope for how long they're going to support the game. And I was looking for that, and then I tripped headfirst into a bad commentary section, and it just absolutely brought me down, guys. So I know we talked about it last night a little bit, on last stream a little bit, to not let somebody you know, break. No, it was on the great Trials and Tribulations stream when we hit win 256. It was around there that we started having the conversation about it. It's so burned in my brain that I can tell you on the legend, and you know, on the journey, that it was so depressing. You started talking about, you know, doubt and everything like that. So don't get headfirst into other people's shit, and just stay in your lane. We're going to continue to have a lot of thematic talk here, and that's one of those things. Don't pour from an empty cup. Stay in your lane. Those things are important. How they resonate with you is ultimately how you feel about it, but we're trying to make sure that you at least start to have those type of conversations with yourself. It's funny that there's people that would not use this platform as a vehicle to be so, I don't know, I don't want to say preachy, but it's important to us that you understand that you're here for a reason, and we want you to be heard, you know. Yeah. That's my Pac monkey. I love the Pacman cartoon, man. I want to own that physically because I can't find all of it to watch, and it's just, I don't care. I don't care what people say about it. I was just such a big Hanna-Barbera fan that it just is so cool for me. I don't care if he's got a big old schnoz in it or whatever. Like, he would look stupid without a nose. That's why they gave him a nose. Like, I get it. He doesn't look stupid with the nose in here, but even in the differences between the Japanese arcade cabinets and everything, they depict him with a nose. So it's just funny that people get so butthurt about it, and I'm just like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. People just get so upset about it, and it's like, dude, it's Pac-Man with a nose because he had to have one so that the character was easier to animate. Because if you look at Ghostly Adventures, no offense towards or anything, but it looks weird that he doesn't have one. And we know that he don't have one, like, you can see that he don't, but I don't know, it's just, it's funny what people complain about. Got a big schnoz, like, so what? That cartoon is just so much fun, though. Oh no. Okay. I thought he was gonna turn. We gotta find a way, though, guys, to be able to hit a consistent point barrier that's not 15 or 20,000. We need to be able to start being in the 20 to 30,000 range, but not at a detriment to a dub, because if you hit a specific point threshold, I believe you get double your experience points, but since a win's worth 75, that's awesome if you got the 150, but if you risked it and you got the point over the point threshold, but then you died before you got the dub, then it wouldn't even equal the amount that you can get for just getting the dub. So it would have to be a very calculated and like that. Like, that's because I don't think I got mine from the last one. I don't know. But shout out to everybody on the leaderboard that made moves today, especially if they were healthy moves. So Kofi, thank you for only taking a 20 piece today. So we know that lap was less than a 2-hour lap, and appreciate you. I mean, you're already on top, so I get wanting to stay on top, but I'm appreciative that you didn't decide that you want to do a super marathon session, because I'm just trying to catch up so we can have fun and give everybody a good run for their money. But man, just screw those unhealthy runs. And if you want to at me about like what you think the quality, some of the runs that we've done so far on this streams have been, like, I know that we did a max stream the other day, but it was to establish that we are in this, and I was very careful of how I curated that day so that I can make sure that my health was good and everything else. Again, we're hydrating, we're using the restroom, we're not holding our bladder too long, we're eating, taking fresh air breaks and stuff like that. So that's all very important instead of just sitting in a chair. Okay, Panther, I appreciate you stopping by, buddy. Thank you so much, man. It always means a lot to me when you stick around for even the littlest bit. Just dropping in and throwing a paw up there, it means a lot to us. So thank you so much, man, and we will see you later. It's so cool to have people that when we go live come in, and it's like getting to see the same couple people. It's amazing to us. It's like having like this outreach where whenever we go live with whatever we go live with, the fact that they're still coming in, right? Because you could have like a channel where the stuff is so tailored that the people that come in to chat could be coming in to just see specific things, but because we're a gaming channel first and foremost, and these people are supporting our gaming. It doesn't really matter what it is, and the cool thing about that is it just lends to a lot more exposure. You know, they maybe wouldn't have touched some of these games, but they're like, oh, the Vid-Bits are gaming that, and they just hop in and they learn a little bit about it. We get to talk a little bit about it, share some tech, accessibility, and all that other stuff, and it's a beautiful thing. And guys, if you're wanting to give us review codes, we're like the easiest people to work with too. So, you know, in that situation, not that we're, you know, asking for hands out for no reason, but, you know, we play this stuff and we could basically be, you know, if it's good, it's good. So that's the other thing, you know, I guess don't give us review codes if you're not sure about the quality of your game, because we're going to be honest about it. We can't be bought, you know. We can be appreciated financially, but we cannot be bought. It would just suck to be like that too. So, like, yeah, man, it was that game is just the greatest, and it's like, what game? That one, you know. It doesn't really matter, just any of them. That's weird, like I'm using attract and repel at the same time. Oh man. That was dumb. Oh, that was dumb. He tried to go back around and meet me there. Guys, we might have somebody. I was gonna say, I thought we had somebody real over there. We're gonna be the first person on stream to get 100,000 pack coins. I bet you. I mean, if I'm not right, then you can call me out on it and link who's doing it. But I think we also have the most content on this game right now on YouTube. I mean, after we get up to 500 wins, we'll have 48 hours of content on this game, 48 hours of games. So we're just gonna keep churning and burning, guys, staying in our lane, and everybody else is gonna be playing catch up. So don't care what. I'm done listening to the haters. They give me balance. It's sad that I had so much anxiety and adversity to just looking up stuff on this game when all I'm trying to do is find out information about tournaments and branding and co-op brand deals and PR stuff about where Pacman's going to be, and it's just like, oh, this game is bad because they wanted Pacman 99 to stay around. Well, guess what? I wanted Mario 35 to stay around, and it didn't. I wanted that badly. Really bad. And I felt like I wasn't asking that much. You know what I mean? I was really good at that game. If we would have been streaming that game, then you would have saw how great I was at that game. But unfortunately, you know, they wanted to get rid of it for whatever reasons. I don't know what the reasons are. Still don't know what the reasons are. I gotta just not get upset though, so. I am looking forward to Nintendo World Championships though, coming out in a couple months. That's gonna be awesome. Look forward to content on that, guys. It's like it's gonna marry into some of the things that we do best around here, which is like speedrunning type stuff, score type stuff, leaderboard type stuff, and all that is being thoroughly embraced in that game, which is amazing. It's also being released in North America and Japan, and they're making a big deal about it both places. So hopefully there'll be a really good install base there as far as competitive goes, and we'll be able to compete with those people in leaderboards in a couple months. And 13 of Nintendo's most classic titles, including stuff like Mario 1 through 3, Zelda 1 and 2, you know, and many more. Hashtag not sponsored, guys, but we just love your stuff, so we will be playing that. But I would love for the Vid-Bits to be Bandai Namco sponsored. We are great brand ambassadors for you guys. We try our best to be very wholesome around here. You know, we're not labeled for kids or anything because unfortunately sometimes with some of the comments and stuff about, you know, mental health struggles and stuff like that, trying to keep it real, it may not be best for kids, and unfortunately if we do late night streams we do sometimes drop a little bit of profanity, but it's never like, the content is never like curated with that in mind. I want you to be mindful that it happens, but regardless of that, it would just be amazing to have the opportunity to work with you guys, promote your game. I'm already doing it anyways. I'm already telling people about this game every day, and you know, locally and on socials, so I would just like to let you guys know that I'm shouting you out all the time, making sure people understand how awesome you are, and continuing to combat negativity about your guys' products if there is any, because to me, I don't have any issues with the things that you guys do that I like. No issues at all. I mean, Braden may rage a little bit at Dark Souls 3, but, you know, at the end of the day, he's putting in the work, and then when he gets the dub, he feels like it's rewarding. Like, the same thing with this game. I put in the work, I get the dub, and I feel rewarded, so, you know, there's something to be said about games that are like that still. That score tack one more time gameplay where you can keep going for just a little bit higher score, or you can feel like you're somebody on like a global competitive leaderboard. It's just awesome. Oh, that was dumb. Okay, kids, here's another pro tip. Don't go in one tunnel and then look towards the other tunnel thinking that you're going out one side and coming out the other if you're not going in the tunnel. So that's what that looks like. That's just me walking against the wall and looking at the other side and waiting to see if I'm going to come out. And of course that's not going to ever happen. One of us has to go past Trey. Oh, there's a dazer. Well, let's see if he comes and gets me. Let's see if he comes and gets me. Nope. I don't know why it does that. Like, sometimes you won't get experience points after a game, and then it catches up the next game and makes you think that you get double, but it's all good. pace adjusted. This stream will probably end around 6 a.m. EST, somewhere around there. Depending on pace. We got 42 more dubs to go to get that 50 stack we were talking about. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to probably only take one break in this stream and at about 20 wins. That way I can, I'll do a 20 and then I'll do a 30 and then we'll call the stream. I just wanted you guys to know that because, I don't personally believe in staying sedimentary for 4 hours straight without at least moving and stretching my legs. So as long as I can burn the hydration off as quickly as I'm taking it in, I shouldn't have to do like a frequent amount of restroom breaks and stuff, but I'm just trying to min-max this session of 50 dubs, this 50 stack. Trying to get all of the historical data for the site, so it's like I want to see what his 50 stack looks like and how much time I want to see what a 25 stack looks like. I think I've already min-maxed at 18 wins in about an hour and a half, and that's like looking at how long it takes to load in and stuff. I can't believe that I didn't notice that that heart ring around your character when you do the chase or the chaser or whatever. Verdant weights. Okay. Can you get that line, bud? No? Can you get that line, bud? No? I'll get it then. Jeez. Hey Kofi, I would love to collab with you as far as like a game in game. Like we don't have to do any content together, but like as long as you're okay that I'm recording it. Like, but regardless, if I see you in the mazes, I'll be recording it. So it'd be really cool if we could collab and like hit the key before anybody else. The two of us, like when we're 1 and 2, to be able to do that as a video. I know that if you're the one that is doing the Katamari content, it'd be really cool if we could do that, because I think that if we're ranked 1 and 2 respectively in the world and we could be the first people to do the keyboard, that would just be really great for both of us. I just wanted to put that out there because I think that it's one of those things that you're going to have someone that's really skilled to do that, and obviously your win-loss record kind of shows that you do have that type of skill. So I just thought I would throw that out there. If this is receiving, you know, on your end, that's cool. Just hit us up in a message or DM. Or we have the Discord, so. But like right now, I'm not pursuing it. But I mean, after I hit the milestones, I'm gonna start messaging people and reaching out. But right now, I just kind of want to like play it by ear and see how people are responsive about it. I just know that personally, like to get the key, to get the 100,000 point trophy, you're gonna have somebody really good. Like it's not gonna be just some random person that you meet in a server. It's gonna be somebody that you like your rivals in the same server. Like I had a couple rivals some games ago, Heisenberg and Ryan SIL, and like I came across them in a couple games. They're not bots, and I remember their names very well. So like it was very memorable matches. So you're gonna have somebody like that, you know, where it's like they can help you because they're good. Nope. Let's do one of these. You see how I extended far past the right? That made it so Pinky did not go to the left and cut me off. So like it's really cool. You can draw Ghost AI. Oh, I did it again. And we're a fifth of the way through this stream. I'm gonna try to get a 50 stack, and that was the first 10. That was dumb. Special sand.
Hey Matthew, not much. We've just been racking up some dubs. It's been pretty stable. I don't think anything super crazy's happened, which is great because we're just trying to get a 50 stack and go to sleep. It was a long day, so we'll be here till probably just about 6 a.m. EST is what it'll take for us to hit our goal of 450 wins. If we do somehow pull it off and don't lose a match, then we will be on a 168 win streak. That will be the stat. So I'll do the math. I'm not trying to lose that streak, obviously, because we're trying to maximize the amount of experience points. So now, of course, we're trying to keep the streak going, and we're trying to win number 1 every time, just because we're trying to close the gap of the people that are leading the boards, which we won't look at again until, like I said, the end of the stream, so that we don't lose time doing that. I will be taking a break in about 7 more dubs so that I can prepare myself for the second half of this stream, which is just awesome that I have the opportunity to do this. With that, I'll be taking the time to let you know that we've been working on a really important passion project for us here at the Vid-Bits called Game of Day May. Please check that out. It's not all about us making money off those videos. Some of those videos we're not even able to monetize, and we're just trying to make sure that we display them as passion projects so that they can get more recognition. The developer can get more eyes on the product, which ultimately makes them more sales, hopefully, so they can continue to fund future projects, which I think, ultimately, when you're featuring somebody's game that you don't think anybody knows, or you're trying to make sure that there's eyes on it, then you should be more focused on that than whether or not you're going to make money off of the video showcasing it. So you're either doing the video for the art itself, or you're doing it to make money. And if you're not doing it for the art itself, then you're probably not making money, because it kind of goes hand in hand. So, not to be super preachy about it, it's just unfortunate. I've noticed that there's times that content creators are not satisfied with the amount of money that a project generates, and then they look at that space of time and they think, I can put something else in that time that'll generate more money instead. It's just like, are you making it as a job to make a bunch of money, or are you making it as a job because you care about the product? You will still make the money eventually, but then it would come to you as to think how much money do you need and whether or not it's enough. So it just sucks then people patronize those projects and wait for those projects, and then they get shut down out of nowhere, and then you're just stuck with stuck with the sunset channel that you get to look at and wish that you got more content like that when it was going so well. I'm not naming any names or any situations, but you can kind of, if you're a gamer, you'll know that there's some examples out there of this, and we're trying to stray away from that, especially in a sense of ever stopping a project strictly because it isn't making us enough money. We're not going to do that. Like, even when we're doing this full time, we're still not going to do that. Like, if the metric isn't, it didn't make us enough money, then we still did what we were supposed to do, and then we move on. We definitely wouldn't be taking the content down because we took an L on it. I can give examples like Undertale and Celeste as games that, regardless of whether or not we were monetized for those were games we were going to cover anyways, so I wouldn't have wanted to try to find a way to cover those and then still got monetized that was going to compromise the integrity of the product, like muting out a bunch of segments or omitting music and stuff like that. So I think it's very silly when people do that kind of stuff, and it just shows that they're in it for the wrong reasons. So that rant is over. We're at win 414, so 36 wins is 2 18 stacks. An 18 stack, what we call it, is a pack snack here because it's about a 90-minute sesh. So that puts us out at about 3 hours left on the stream, besides the small break that I'm going to take. So when I say it's going to end about 6 a.m. EST, that's about, that's not approximate. 6 more dubs, guys, and I'm going to take that break, and I hope that you're doing well. This is my chance to remind you to hydrate yourself. I'm imbibing some delicious vapor distilled water with electrolytes added for taste. BPA free. Why'd I do that? That was dumb.
Okay, let's buckle down, because we're going to do some stupid shit like that. Blunt docket.
stupid. How come that guy kept going? What the hell was that about? Oh no. That was weird. Why didn't I get that guy? Uh-oh. That was the first time I lagged that long. That's scary. Well, guys, we finally hit 30,000 rating. That's cool. So we're in an elite club of people that have hit 30K or higher. It's very few of us up here. The air is pretty decent, so shout out to the few of us that are up here in the 30,000 plus ranking or rating. I'm sorry. Lots of milestones on this specific stream, guys. We're gonna hit 100,000 pack credits. We hit 30,000 ranking. We're gonna hit level 25. I'm sure that's gonna happen soon. Yeah, that's like a match or two away. Level 25, which there's only a handful of people that have hit that level. So lots of legacy stuff on this stream. So it's pretty sweet that you're hanging out here for, you know, I don't know, a 50 stack is pretty much almost a snack pack, which is about 3 90-minute sessions. So it's about that, because you can get about 18 wins in an hour and a half, and we call that a pack snack around here. So in case when we hit the lead, when we only do 90-minute sessions, you can know what to say when I have a pack snack scheduled. You know, I'm going to try to get a stat like an 18-win block, you know, 18 wins or whatever. When I'm going to do multiple of those, I call it a snack pack because I'm kind of putting them together. So it could be 2, could be 3, which, you know, an hour and a half times 2 is 3 hours, times 3 is 4.5 hours plus breaks adjusted. So, and then if I do anything more than 3, I won't call it a snack pack. It'll go into some other category like what I did yesterday. I did the 8-hour stream, which is 100 wins. I highly suggest you check that out so you can follow all of the drama. Obviously, you know the result, but you didn't get to follow along with all of the stressors and the dramas and stuff that, you know, the hiccups along the way. So feel free to check that out. I highly suggest you hang out and check out our Game of the Day May project, where we play a different game every day in the month of May. It's already pretty deep in the month, so we've done some really heavy hitters and some really great titles. And this year we focused a lot on indie games, so I highly suggest that you check that out, because, you know, you never know if there's something there that you never, you know, knew existed, or it could have just been an icon in your backlogs and you never hit launch and you don't know what it's about. So we are, you know, using that type of mentality is the premise to give you, you know, an opportunity to see some of the things that you may not have known existed and enjoy them too. So hopefully you will take advantage of that. If not, no worries. We're gonna keep on keeping on around here, and we do Game of Day May every year. So this is the second season of that. So feel free to check out the first season, which if you don't like the commentary during your gameplay videos, because we don't necessarily fit your vibe or whatever, Game of Day May Season 1 doesn't have any commentary on the videos because we weren't set up to do that. We just streamed everything. So the focus was to beat games that year, and if we didn't beat it, then we looped it. If it was an arcade game, we didn't hit kill screens or anything, but we would loop a cycle to kind of show you like the gameplay loop. So there's a lot of great content in that archive for you to check out. Getting a little nervous with okay, let's leave queue. I don't want to, I mean, it hasn't stacked 2 of my wins, so it's funny because you can see some of the stuff that we've been working on the account. Alright, there we go. I was gonna say, okay, and then we didn't get the satisfaction of seeing the 100,000 roll over, that's fine, and the 25 rolled over, so that's cool too. The damn thing lagged through that, and we didn't get a chance to see those roll over. We didn't get a dopamine of our pop-ups for that. That's fine. I don't care. It's funny. It's funny. So 3 more dubs, guys, and we're going to take a small break. We just hit 100,000 pack credits. I think we're the only people that's rocking that besides obviously Cozy could have it. Shiba Inu could have it because once you hit 80, you know, adjusted with everything else, it's like 80, let's see, 87 plus 7. It's like 95,000 to buy everything in the shop. We only bought a 7,500 thing and a 5,000 thing. So everything else costs about 83,000. So we have enough to buy everything in the shop, which is awesome. We're not going to do that though right now. We're going to wait and do that some other stream, some other milestone. Also probably it'll be on an episode of Still Hungry and Forgot Your Manners, which is the overflow for when we do you know, multiple leveling sessions of this game. So that's cool. We're one of the handful of people that's reached level 25. We're one of the handful of people, and I say handful, you can count them on one hand, that have reached 100,000 pack credits. So we're very blessed, thankful, and appreciative to be in this position, and thank you so much for supporting it. What's going on, buddy? This is Brian of the Vid-Bits here. Braden is hanging out in Slumberland. He had an epic stream earlier, not an epic level stream, but it was still epic anyways. Playing Celeste today with guest star Winnie in the Game of Day May episode. It was awesome. I highly suggest you check that out. You may hear me say I highly suggest a million times because I highly suggest you do. It's one of those situations where I think Celeste should be seen by as many eyes as possible. The video is not eligible for monetization, which we don't care about that in that specific situation because we were all about trying to make sure that that game got as much attention as possible. The channel is named the Vid-Bits because it is a combination of me and Braden's channel together. It's us together as individual gamers. We have a lot of accomplishments, but together we form the Vid-Bits. Like back in the day, there was a arcade duo called the Whiz Kids, and they went to arcades to put up their scores in all kinds of classic arcade games in the 80s. And what they would do is no matter if it was with the two of them, whoever put up the score, they would put it up as WIZ. So like, you know what I mean? It's almost like that mentality. It's us together. The vids, video games, Vid-Bits. It's bits of that. So you mean a bit of this, a bit of that. Long form content, short form content. But regardless, it's just the bits of it. It's like snapshots of it. But then also sometimes all of it. So it's video bits, the Vid-Bits. I don't know. Don't think too much into it, but mainly just the main attraction of it is the fact that it's a father-son gaming duo on YouTube that is focusing on playing as many different types of games as possible, exposing you to as many different genres as possible, and trying to open your eyes to your abilities as a person as far as like content creation possibilities and everything that you can add to the culture, stuff like that. So hopefully that answered your question. Oh, come on. I had that. I feel like it's not catching up on our freaking wins. It's driving me nuts that the server's like lagging like that, but I definitely don't want to like, I don't know, I don't want to get disconnected and then that be the loss, but at least you guys will see it live for accountability's sake. I think that was win 420 and I wanted to stop on that. No, 419. Alright. One more and then we'll take the break. And that'll be the only break for this stream, and we'll push through the other 30 wins so that we can end this stream on 450 dubs. Mainly because I'm looking at the leaderboard and see what kind of moves people are making. And, you know, if I'm lucky, then people will only move 20 or so spots. But also, ultimately, at the end of the day, it matters how high you rank, and it matters how high you rate, and those things are determined by wins and the quality of your wins. So even though you can get a win with a 32nd place, you get a lot higher of a rating point boon to getting a first place finish, and even the disconnect between a second and first place finish is 75 for a first and 55 for a second. So you know, take those things into consideration when you're trying to maximize your playing time. I can take 90-minute sessions and no breaks, and that gets you about 18 wins because it takes about 80 minutes to queue in. Or 80 seconds to queue in, and then, you know, 5 to 6 minutes for a match, and then to wait to the next one. So you look at how many you can get in. You can probably get, that cycle takes about 5 minutes for a game, and it's a minute to load, so it's about 6 minutes a cycle, and you can do about 10 of those an hour. So not 10 of those an hour. 10-minute cycles for everything, and 6 of those in a half an hour. And then you can do that 3 times in an hour and a half to be 18 wins. If you're interested in trying to maximize that out. But also, if you'd like to see a maximized session of this game, please check out the last stream that we did. It's an 8-hour session that we've moved from wins 300 to 400. We go through those, stroll through those without a single loss and without a single finish other than first place. For an amazing experience, I highly suggest it. Throw it on the background, live the drama all over again, especially in chat when they start to freak out at the end when I'm barely holding it together with my sanity and everything, because of not because of being overly tired, just because of and that's just kind of going back to what I said about the people that are setting the marathon scores in old school arcade games. Like, your brain kind of starts to turn to goo after a while, so even if you have the stamina to be able to stand in front of the machine and not fall over, or keep your strength up through food and everything, you still have to have the mental ability to, you know, not lose yourself in the game so much that you start to make super mistakes. And I also had like a stream before the 300th win stream, the great 256 stream or whatever, where we hit the glitch essentially at 256. Around that area I start to have some really big doubt about my ability to do it, and also I was getting really tired and I was by myself, so you know, trying to slip into a game that sometimes the activity can be too mundane or whatever to somebody in a late, longer session. So I guess what I'm saying is that's what things should lend you to, not spending a lot of time, more time than you should. So, you know, you can do an 8-hour session, but then take a day and then do like a 4-hour session or an hour and a half here or there. Like, break it up instead of just feeling like you have to keep chasing people on the leaderboards, because if you do, you'll suffer mental fatigue. You'll settle more losses. Like, you know what I mean? There's some people, unfortunately, I'm sure they've lost way more than they wanted. They placed way more games other than first, and like that all adds up in your win-loss record. And the rating doesn't look like you want it to. Just know that this, because you didn't place first as many times as other people in your matches, you just won them. So make sure that you take consideration before you decide straight to tank the run or tank the match because you're tired or whatever. Just don't play anymore. Stop the session. Like, because getting past the 30-second win and then just losing so that you can end the match early and then get as many matches in to get your wins up is not going to help your rating improve, and therefore you're going to look like a joke. You'll be up there, your name will be up there, and then you'll never be able to compete. And maybe you had 1,000 wins before everybody else, but it doesn't mean that you have a higher rating than somebody, because the quality of those wins are not very choice. A lot of lower quality wins. So you can either win a lot and have a high quality, or you can win a lot and also or you can win a lot and it not matter because you just lost the match as soon as you crest the 30-second place. So you can pick what you want to do. It's cool either way. Alright, with that being said, give me just a minute so that I can pause for station identification and a bit of hydration. We're going to rock about 3 more hours of this stream, so we're just about at, the 3-hour mark. Just about at the 1:45, so we've hit a pack snack, so we're going to hit another one, and then another one, so it's pretty much a snack pack is what we're talking, what we're cooking today, but, it's not really, because it's going to be a little bit shy of that. It's about 2.5 pack snacks, so a 50 stack. We're gonna go ahead and come back and continue to work towards that in just a moment. So let me pause for station identification and a bit of hydration, as you can hear, because I'm hoarse. And we will be right back with the other 30 wins of this stream, and I hope that you've been enjoying it so far. It's been Brian from the Vid-Bits, so just give me a moment and we'll be back with some more Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. Chomp Champs. Champy Chomp Chomps. Chompy Champ Chomps? Yeah, the tongue twister thing. I'm just kidding, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, guys, we're back for the other part of this. Like I said, this this stream should end about 6 a.m. EST. We have about 3 more hours to go to hit. I say 3 hours. It's not 3 hours. I don't know. I keep saying 3 hours. It'll be 18 more wins, and then 12 more wins is 30. So I'd say about 2.5 more hours. We will end up finishing the stream by 6 a.m. EST. We're continuing their conquest to end up at #1 in the North American Eastern Division leaderboards and ultimately globally the #1 spot. So hopefully you're enjoying the conquest and continuing to follow along with us as we do this. Putting the Vid-Bits on top. I'm Brian. I'm the other half of a YouTube gaming duo. Braden is in Slumberland with the Chief right now, getting himself geared up towards content creation for the next day, hitting up the next day of Game a Day May. Be coming at you with it's day 17, so hopefully you'll be excited for that. Cannot give you any hint what's on the docket, but it is definitely penciled and etched in stone, and it will be coming to you sometime today, so hopefully you look forward to it. Oh, dumb. That's really good RNG. Thank you, RNG. When you don't have to worry about facing a bunch of real people right now, then you do the dazer like that, so you can get the most out of your lanes. That's not good. Okay. I'll say that was not good. That was not good. Maybe we'll cut that extra guy off. Yeah. To quote LA Knight, yeah. It's like his version of Steve Austin's What? Oh yeah? What else are you doing? It's getting so much easier, guys. To be able to not stress when we're getting some gains on some of these people. Me and Bray talk about it all the time, like where I should be at versus where I want to be at, because some of these guys are putting some crazy time. Some people put some crazy time in to catch up with me already. And again, it's not a sprint, guys, it's a marathon, so, or a decathlon even. So you got to basically be in it for the long haul. This game is just now reaching the point where it's been out for a couple weeks. You have the best choices as far as like many people concerned to stay on top was to get the early access. We did not even know this game existed when it was on Stadia, let alone when it hit early access, and it only pinged our attention when they did the announcement trailer. So that's actually like kind of like goes to show when you do those announcement trailers that sometimes it does its job. We were one of those people that it hit, and one of those situations that I thought was crazy is, I don't know, I bought the Xbox 360 for Pacman Championship Edition, so I would have bought Google Stadia for Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle Royale. Right, Mega Tunnel Battle, yeah. Pacman Mega Tunnel Battle is what it was called, so I would have bought Stadia for that, and I guess according to all metrics it would have been a mistake because it was a failed platform, but I mean, I don't know. I digress. I'm so infatuated with Pac-Man that I would buy a system that only had the access to the Pac-Man game and everything else could suck. And if it was one of those situations where I could catalog a score, compete against people on a leaderboard, or hell, even compete locally for a score that I could post on some sort of leaderboard somewhere, I would still be doing it. So, like I've said before, this is just a pleasure for me to do this. This is not work. I don't feel like I'm putting in the work. So those people that are doing this as a job, I mean, we're YouTubers, so we're obviously working while we're doing this, but it's one of those situations where it's just so pleasurable for us to be able to do projects that we enjoy like this, like Dave the Diver. I highly suggest you check that out as well. Dave the Diver is so amazing, and I think that the fact that it still doesn't have the attention and the scope that I wish that it would have, mainly because the industry decided to like stink-fist it up because it had a higher amount of money backing it up, so they claim that it's not indie because of it. And I mean, if we were not already doing Dave as an episodic series, then I'm 100% positive this year we would have covered it in Game of Day May, because it's one of those things that I think that everybody needs to at least put eyes on. So shout out to Dave the Diver, and I hope that you try it out. It's amazing. If you don't want to try it out, then you can check out the Vid-Bits playthrough. That's going to be going on for quite some time because I have no intention on going fervorously through that game. I'm going to play it, you know, when Chomp Champs kind of settles down where I can put that in a smaller increment every day to stay on top, then I'll be able to have Dave scheduled in more regularly. I'd like to run him 2 times a week. I'd like to run 2 different types of Dave sessions too, like once a week. And even if if it's crazy and I thought I could do it 3 times a week, one session would probably be just diving. Like, it might not even be like the full 2 hours that we normally do, but it might be like setting us up for success or something. Diving, doing crafting type stuff. But there's lots of stuff there, especially if you're a content creator and you want to utilize Dave as a content creating engine, because there's so many different ways that you can tailor the session. It's awesome, and you can kind of feel like, like in my situation, I'm doing voiceover for all the characters because I'm passionate about that. So not only am I taking a game that's awesome, you know, about making you feel uncomfortable about whether all these different gameplay loops are going to mesh well together and create a flow state of an experience, I'm also putting the stress on myself to do like at least 6 main characters' voices. It's going to get to the point where it's going to get a little bit jumbled, but I feel like I got all the characters on the splash screen, having identifying an individual reality, and when I'm voicing them. And yeah, it's all just different varying degrees of my voice, but how many of you guys play Skyrim and, you know, it's 5 people doing everybody's voice? So shout out though to all the awesome voiceover actors there that bring projects together, like the Nathan Fillions, the Billy Wests, the John DiMaggios, I mean, there's so many. The Rob Paulsons, Marshall Marshes, you know, just so many people that have just done so much for voiceover acting. Definitely cannot forget the wonderful Steve Bloom, who's pretty much one of my heroes as far as like voiceover acting goes. He's amazing. I don't know. I think everybody's childhood was affected about him being like the Adult Swim, not the Adult Swim, but like the Toonami. I guess it was an Adult Swim, the Toonami voiceover bot. I mean, but other than that, he's like so many great characters, like Mugen from Samurai Champloo. So many cool characters that you've seen in some of your favorite animes and stuff, and that also kind of like all segues back to, we love you, Bandai Namco, and I know that you, when you do your anime projects, you know, you work with some Funimation studios, and before they, you know, rolled into Crunchyroll and all that, and so, you know, it kind of is all circular that we enjoy a lot of your products, and it's easy for us to find ways to talk about them or integrate them naturally, which just doesn't feel like as much of a shill. I know that for me personally, when something comes across naturally, and as empaths here at the Vid-Bits, we definitely want to make sure that you understand when we're shilling something, it's because we're truly passionate about it, and, you know, we're going to be using it anyways or enjoying it anyways. If we weren't pressing play and you weren't seeing it, we would still be doing it anyways, so we'd still be grassroots promoting for you anyways. I just love your products, and I love what you stand for, and I'm really appreciative to be able to play a game like this and represent this game so that I can also vicariously represent your brand when we're out in public and stuff. So shout out to Bandai Namco. I know sometimes I say Namco Bandai, but I'm older, I'm an 80s kid, so Namco was around, you know, and then Bandai was the Power Ranger. You know, I don't know, it's just amazing that you guys are together as a powerhouse and able to, you know, do what you do. It's so cool. I think that's 140 wins in a row in the first place spot. If you go back and watch the whole entirety of last stream, and then also the last pack snack of the snack pack of the 4-hour plus stream of Pacman, that's what, you know, you'll be seeing is like the continuation of this journey. So this is its own sub journey. So now it's its own beast, and I don't know. I have so much less pressure because I didn't decide to commit to a 100 win stream right now and just do it in smaller increments. So that's something to be said too when I'm talking about, you know, preserving yourself. Some people are going to see me do this and be like, I can do it too, and they're going to do great, and other people are going to see me do this and think that they can do it too, and they're going to realize how difficult this really is. I unfortunately, when you see somebody that's won a million in a row, you're like, this game is too easy, and it will be easy to some people because of how their brain works, and then other people will just find this ridiculously maddening to keep all these things together. Especially when this game blows up and the servers pretty much start opening up and Japan starts getting added to everything. You know, when sales start going on, we start seeing a boon and influxes will definitely be up there as far as like who they know is in the tunnels. Pacman's in the tunnels, represented by the Vid-Bits, and he's number 1. So that to me, it's priceless. So I think it's funny when people, you know, are trying to like, I wouldn't say derail what we're doing, but it's just like, God, do haters just have a problem when you're doing something that you enjoy, don't they? I mean, it just should validate to you why you're on the right path, because they usually even can be good people. They could be people that you know and love and respect, and they're still, for some reason, accidentally hating on you, like with what they're talking about, or making you doubt what you're doing for some reason. So this is your reminder to not let the haters bother you, to let them give you balance and reevaluate the contract with yourself for what you're trying to achieve, and know that if you're not doing anything to harm anybody and you're trying to just enjoy yourself and you're just out there and just being unapologetically you and only apologizing when absolutely necessary, then you know what? Then the haters should be balancing you out. It's almost like what they used to say in school about somebody over-bullying you. You know, at the end of the day, they have something going on with themselves that they can't rationale or they can't deal with, so their whole goal is to make you feel worse. So because they're ultimately, when they're at school or whatever, they're kings there, but they're going to go home, and they're going to go home to a broken home with parents that don't care about their interests or what they want to do, and that's, you know, that's not fine. There's nothing fine with that. It's ultimately why they're bullying you. It's ultimately why they're crapping on us, you know. So, you know, look at the Vid-Bits as your way to, especially if you jump into the Discord, the people that are, you know, building that community are really passionate about linking you guys together so that you can share passion projects, you can motivate each other, you can kind of create your own sub-community of people that care about you, because, you know, sometimes it's hard. You can even be in a household with a bunch of people and not necessarily connect with everybody there. So I want you to realize that we're a safe haven for that, and it may take some time sometimes to get back to you guys, but we don't read a message and say, oh, that's not important, and then ignore it. I've sent so many messages to YouTubers, and I've really wanted to connect with them, and now we're going to make it, and they were deciding to be on the wrong side of history, and that's fine. It's not like a tout. It's not like I'm, you know, saying this to like threaten anybody, because a lot of those people are the old guard that are on their way out. They don't want to do this anymore. They're burnt out. They're tired of not making the amount of money off of the videos and wasting their time. They unfortunately now they can't jump into this minimum editing style because they've had maximum production value all the time. So people are not expecting a delusion of quality from people like them that have still hung on to that. So we have all that going on. It's not just to sell you as in like, please like, subscribe, and share because of that, but like if you're looking for some sort of community that likes gaming and is going to listen to your opinions, listen to the games that you suggest us to do, and all those type of things, it's one of those things you can't put a price on that to find that. So all we're trying to do is link up with you. We're trying to make you eligible to link up with us, and then whatever happens about it is going to happen about it, and it's awesome and beautiful. So thank you for being eligible by stopping by whenever you stop by on this stream. And, you know, I'm Braden's dad, so if I come across a bit preachy and stuff, sometimes it's late, sometimes we do Vid-Bits after dark, and if you're hitting something that's after 1 a.m. Eastern time in the United States, then we could be a little bit on the, you know, manic side of that, some of our rants and stuff, but it's all out of passion, all out of love, all of thankful appreciation for everything that you guys do for us, but also knowing that we're going to continue to do it for you too. So enjoy. You know, we got 27 more wins that we're going to lock down, and I know that we're Babe Ruth in this one too. It's just not as big of a stress as last night, because man, calling the shot 7 minutes into what you know is going to be a 9-hour stream that you're not going to lose a single match. I don't know too many people that are willing to do feats like that, and that's another thing that you'll get from the Vid-Bits is incredible gaming feats. The production values are only going to go up. The feats are only going to go up. It's just everything's just on the uptick here. This is only the beginning, guys. We're 2 years into our YouTube journey, and we couldn't be more thankful for where we're at. So other people could look and see stagnation and stuff, and also have doubt creep in because of periods of time that the algorithm isn't working in your favor. And all I can say is find your individual identity and stay in your lane, and it's going to find it. That's what it's looking for. It's looking for consistency in your identity. So we decided just to not lean into Cuphead, not to just lean into this or that. It's like we were going to lean into everything, but we weren't sure how to do it. And lucky for us, a project like Game of Day May, it just always helps us open up our backlog. And then when you guys start to help add suggestions to that program out of the 31 games that we're tackling there, it allows us to start more programs and start more series and stuff. And you know, that's awesome. It's all writing itself. Nothing's feeling forced or contrived here. If it seems super gimmicky, call us out on it and we'll talk about it. We're very accessible. Again, the Discord, I highly suggest you go to the Discord. If you don't have that information now, or if unfortunately it's an expired link, all you have to do is comment on one of the videos, and I'm sure as soon as Bray sees it, or we're in a situation where we can address it, we'll get you a proper link and get you hooked up with that, or somebody else in the community will be able to do that for you. Like, shout out to Musicus Dominum for spending the time that he spends on that, and it was literally his idea to get us in certain circles and stuff, because we've just been busy just getting the content locked down for you guys. We haven't had the time to lock down some of the other smaller technicalities of it that may prevent people from doing it, and so we're blessed to have had people, guys in the chair from different parts of the world to come in and help us, and we're humble and appreciative enough of those guys to accept our help and not let our egos get in the way that we're wanting to do everything ourselves, and because we're trying to produce as much as we can of it, but at the end of the day, when you're self-produced and you're doing it not as a hobby but as a second job, because I have to work a shoot job right now until you guys say otherwise, which will happen. I know it'll happen soon. So but right now we're just also working shoot jobs so that we can just put bread on the table and stuff like that. So it's just head down, power through with our content, because at the end of the day we're going to be playing the games anyway, so we're trying to make sure it also is stuff that you would want to see, or we're locking it down content form wise, is stuff that we would want to be able to look back in perpetuity about that. So thank you for helping us find the drive to do that too. So $4.24. That's a cute one. I won't use my phone to snap that, but I'll snap that. I'm just so into numerology. If you see me pulling up the snaps on these, it's because of the numerology. I don't know. I just feel like that's part of like the signs and waves that are in existence in the universe, is the map that you can see. Because this is all zeros and ones, right? This whole screen is zeros and ones, but some of them is that 424. And that 424 is even made of individual zeros and ones. It's all it is circles and lines on this screen, guys. It's crazy. But we are lucky and able to see it is what it actually is. The fact that coders just do a bunch of zeros and ones and brackets and crazy symbols and stuff, and it turns into stuff like this. I'm still in amazement that we live in a world that's not considered super alien technology. And shout out to all the people that are coders and stuff, because as far as coding goes, like, I didn't get past QBasic. I'm an 80s kid, so I messed around in DOS. I remember playing Lemonade Stand and Sticky Bear Typing and Oregon Trail. So my gaming acumen starts when I was 7, even though I didn't have my first console until I was 8, which was an Atari 2600. And that may be 6 and 7, I'm not sure. I think it was first grade, so it might be 6 and 7. So, like, gaming is not quantified strictly by holding a controller in your hand, and I didn't really think that when I was at school I was playing games. I thought I was just playing educational software. But like I said, Odell Lake, Oregon Trail, Sticky Bear Typing, Lemonade Stand, Number Munchers, shout out to those 5 OGs, because they formed, like, the chemical, dependency to feel like this computer is going to accept my will and bend to my will, and I'm going to rule it. And when I found out that I was the one pushing the buttons and actuating them, and what I was doing was affecting what was going on in the screen, it was changing to my will, that's when I first decided that I was in love with video games. According to my mother, though, it was in my baby book that I was infatuated with Pacman before I was even able to hold a controller or conceptualize a word other than mommy or daddy. So I was looking at Pacman and fawning over it, and I think that I might have had like a plushie or something in my crib. So it's kind of crazy that, being an 80s kid, that I'm able to take one of Namco's games and wreck it, in a good way, like run it, like rack it, like, you realize that, like, there's machines that they make, they can hook the computer up to the arcade machine to do what they call rack the boards. Because there's times that people want to practice later boards in a classic arcade game, they literally have to hardwire it into the motherboard, and they can rack the boards so they can make the computer go through the boards and play them perfectly to get through them and get you to the board that you're trying to practice, so that you don't have to have the stamina to get to like level 15 on Pac-Man or whatever, because you don't have a save kit. So you'd rack it up to 15, I guess. And that's what we're doing, guys, but we're not doing it with a computer, we're just racking boards. getting trapped in the corner there. You're not seeing that too often from the Vid-Bits. Probably because I'm just getting on this tangent. I was trying to remember the process of racking boards and how it worked. I know that they did it mainly because they were trying to, the last time I heard some people talking about it is they were trying to talk about whether or not the girders in Donkey Kong would appear a specific way if you racked up a specific way, or even if you know about the girder controversy, then you know. I don't want to bring too much attention to some people. But I mean, could you imagine though that back in the day, high scores were validated by snapshots, and that was okay because we didn't really have enough photo editing technology for it not to be good enough admissible proof? That's crazy to me. Like, you would go in and you would snap a picture of your score to Nintendo Power and you would send it in, or a magazine, you would send in the Polaroid of a still picture of your TV, and I'm kind of doing that now for my own joking prosperity to snap pictures of my TV with my phone. But it's funny that that was validation back in the day. You didn't have to worry about people cheating or whatever. You just accepted it at face value. Now we're blessed enough to be hooked up to leaderboards digitally where we can in real time see how people move, and sadly it kind of in a way creates a disconnect from the arcades because you're doing it at home in your own little man cave and or your she shed, and you're not in a situation where other people are even necessarily having eyes on you. So I'm doing it live. I'm doing it live every time I do it, and I'm making sure that it's saved for you guys to look at it whenever you want, so I don't have to worry about, you either thinking that I cheated to get this score that I get, cheated to get number one, or you literally, when we study my tech and when we fight each other, then you're going to be able to know some of the ways that I move, but I can adapt in ways you haven't even seen because I haven't faced enough real people. Wait till it happens. Wait till it happens, guys. It's gonna be amazing, because then I have all 425 wins plus all the elimination matches and the tutorials worth of knowledge, having my back to be able to make the best decisions, and I'm just doing nothing but cataloging all of the wrong moves and trying not to make them again, and that's what really refines you as a gamer. If you're just stepping into the stream, we are halfway through this specific one. We're going to wrap up before 6 a.m. EST, trying to get basically a snack pack, which is a couple pack snacks, which to me is 18 wins. It takes about an hour and a half or 90 minutes to get 18 wins. And when I do that a couple times in a session, I call that a snack pack because it's a couple. You had a couple snacks, Or it could also be called a 50 piece. It's like he went to Pack FC and he got himself a 50 pack bucket of pack pellets and a couple sides of power pellets and energizers and all that. 50 piece. But if you want a 100 piece meal and you're really hungry, all you have to do is jump into the last stream. It is amazing. It's got everything. It's got drama. It's got suspense. It's got my most loyal people from our Vid-Bits nation worried about my ability to accomplish it. All the stuffs. I highly suggest you check that out. I highly suggest you try to find a way to stop saying highly suggest as many times, though, too. But I do. Highly suggest it. Have you guys seen the pack and roll ski ball? Oh my god, it's amazing. It's got LEDs along the side, and the ghosts roll through, and your scores displayed and stuff like that. And it's such a treat to see a ski ball machine with LEDs along the side that kind of added the gameplay. So cool. Ooh. I got kind of flipperty-doo there. Normally I would not go in the corner like that, and you really shouldn't, guys. You shouldn't. if you're gonna like draw people out, then you gotta like have a auxiliary exit strategy that's not even the normal exit strategy. So I don't know if that makes sense. Like, so if you know how you're gonna exit, you have to also have an alternative to that exit. I have to exit there, so there's my alternative to that. Got one unenergizer left, and we can tell that Sneaky Satchel is not a human because they have a weird name. But I also think there's a chance that people can defaultly be given those names if they're considered to have an offensive name, because this is more of a, I don't want to say it's definitively intended to be family friendly, but it's Pacman, so, you know, you can't have somebody that's got a offensive name. Ha! Highly suggest. That's probably going to end up being like either a playlist or something as the highly suggested stuff, and it's just going to be a playlist of everything. Like the highly suggested playlist. I'm going to throw up a chief in chat just to signify that we're at the halfway mark, and these chief icons can be yours if you'd like to join any of the membership tiers. They allow you to throw chiefs up in chat when our Siberian Husky, the chief, barks when we need to let him out because we're in the middle of streaming, and he likes to hang out sometimes and be a little rowdy. It's awesome. But we like to say that the dash between Vid and Bits is the chief. He kind of holds it together. He keeps us happy and grounded. If you have he's definitely an emotional support animal, even if he's not licensed to be one. If you guys have never had the pleasure of being around a Siberian Husky, they're just a joy. They're like a golden, or, you know, I've had some German Shepherds like that too, where they're just such a joy. It's almost like a human incarnation in a dog form. They just have so much personality that there's no way that you can just consider them in addition to your family. They are in your family, and they are just as important as everybody else in your family, and it's amazing. So shout out to the chief by throwing them chief subs in chat. You know, try to giving you something different for your dollar if you join into a membership tier where it's something fun and unique. I think it would be really hard to come up with that type of thing without us. I mean, it was all Braden. He's like, well, we're just gonna throw the chiefs in there. I'm like, awesome, because what was it gonna be, like little icons of our name and stuff that I would have been like too OCD about overproducing while we're like spending less time on making videos. Like, I don't know. So it just works itself out. So that's wave one of the chief emojis. I'm sure that there will be more in the future once we take him to glamour shots and get him. No, I'm kidding. Chief wouldn't deal with no glamour shots, I don't think. Oh, or maybe he would, I don't know. But, you know, do some cool shots, him holding a water bottle, him with some sunglasses, you know, looking cool. I don't think he'd keep sunglasses on. It would have to be one of those things where we like recorded as a video and then like shutter speed shoot like a bunch of pictures from the roll or whatever, just so we could get him before he flung him off. Not trying to keep him in some sort of costume he's not comfortable with. I can't stand when people do that. It's like, if eventually you beat your dog down to the point where they know it's fun, and when you're putting the stuff on them, it's fine, and that's fine probably also for little dogs like corgos and stuff like that. But like, as far as like the chief goes, I don't think. I mean, I think he would look cute with a bandana. I don't even think we could manage to get one of them on him without him being like, "What the heck, guys? What does this even do?" So if you have any ideas for the next series of chief emojis, what kind of cute poses or what kind of like cool accessories you think you'd like to see imposed in, feel free to drop that in the chat too. We'd like to see those because ultimately if you're joining the membership tiers, then you're going to be the ones that when we say throw some chiefs up in chat, those are the ones that you're going to have helped create too. So we'd like for you guys to have a hand in the next wave of those when that happens. I have my favorite, so you'll always see when Pops plays is throwing chiefs up in chat. It's usually the one that makes him look like he's going, yeah! It's just like his way of putting his little stamp of approval on whatever we're doing. But, you know, I'd like to have more varying ones so that when he's putting a stamp of disapproval on it because we are streaming too late and we won't be quiet, or he's rowdy because we haven't gone outside earlier or whatever. It's just funny to be able to, or also so that you guys can be like, in tune with whatever his mood is when he's in the laboratory, because there's times that he's super sassy and there's other times that he's a dog, so there's times he's super judgmental, and I just have never seen a dog that I've had that's so judgmental. Sometimes they just look at you like, really? Yeah, like have to justify it to the dog, why we're doing something or whatever. Or if me and Bray play fight a little bit, he'll just jump in the middle of it and be like, nope, this is not happening. So when I say he's the Dash and the Vid-Bits, it's literally happened where he's been between the two of us when we were like play boxing or whatever, and he's just like in the middle, like, no. Chifo said no. But right now, him and Bray are enjoying a nicely deserved sleep. Hell yeah, I do. I do need the dog's approval, because ultimately he's got, a big paw on the pulse of my energy, and if it's whack, he lets me know. He keeps me grounded. That's why if like we get too hyped, he could be sleeping upstairs, and all of a sudden he just bounds down here like, what's going on, guys? It's crazy. Like, if you approach a dog with a bad energy, it will let you know. So like if somebody comes to around you and around your dog with a bad energy, your dog will let you know, and it's just crazy because we're already empathetic. We are empathetic as heck. So for him to be that as well, it's like the three of us. It's such a crazy trio here. So very much the Vid-Bits it's not just me and Bray, it's me, Bray, and Chief pretty much. Like we just don't, we don't say that in the sign-in, but it is. Like, the Chief is very much in the Vid-Bits too, so. If we could find a way to make an adaptive controller that would allow him to play some Nintendo or something, you would definitely be seeing some Let's Plays from the Chief. Like, the Chief beats Marble Madness. No, I'm just kidding. He would not be able to beat Marble Madness. Maybe like the Chief completes a level in Sesame Street ABC 1, 2, 3 or something. I really appreciate you hanging out for this stream, Matthew. I mean, you've been around the last couple days, and it's definitely noticeable. So, I mean, it's getting that point where I'm like, I don't know, man. Definitely want to throw some Chiefs up, dude. I'm just kidding. We got some other people that have been around longer than you, and we don't hassle you guys about memberships. You guys are hanging out, and that to me is the world. The hanging out part is the most important part, because memberships and donos and everything else are great, but having people that can support you, like as the guy in the chair when you're doing content, or break the tension, or reassure me when it's going like crap. That's good too. Like I had to have somebody the other day, like it was yesterday, I didn't have to have, but Skippy the Bard, which is our only member of the completely unnecessary tier so far, who's also propped up 5 other memberships and stuff. He's amazing. He came in at the end, and like him and Pandas, or him and Pink Panther and Mr. Know-It-All all came in at the end of that stream, and like that was the world to me, because I needed the motivation to get there. And you were at the beginning of yesterday's stream, the 8-hour stream, and like you hung out for like a good part of the beginning of it, and that was awesome. So having, like, especially when we do feats and stuff, having our chat members be able to just, even if you're not engaging, just when I see that number, I know it's not bottomed out, then I know somebody is like riding the wave with me. I'm gonna do it by myself anyways, but it's great to have somebody that's there along for the ride, so I can kind of feel like, I'm not alone in it, because it can get really mushy when you don't have anybody to like make sure that you, I don't know, like me and Bray ping each other for hydration, so I had to like find a way to make sure I kept still pinging myself for hydration, because when you're dialed in and you're trying to get 18 wins in an hour and a half, or it's about 6 wins in every half hour or whatever, right? I keep messing up the math, so a win every 5 minutes, and that means that you just start thinking I gotta hit this milestone, so then you don't drink water as much, and the next thing you know, you're underhydrated and feeling like crap. But I guess ultimately what I'm saying is, like, when you have somebody there that can keep you grounded and reminded, like we bounce off each other as far as that goes. Like, he'll remind you, then I'll remind you, and like, it's when I'm only here by myself and there's nobody engaging in chat, and I'm trying to like get these things done live, like it can be difficult. Yeah, completely unnecessary. We do crazy stuff, like I snap pics of the schedule. We're gonna start having more members only content that's just like exclusive, even like videos that are just done just for the completely unnecessary tier, or and then also the lower membership tiers will get that stuff as well, but like there will be like literally like cameo style like feat videos and stuff like that for just the completely unnecessary tier. Like, for example, we went through the Borderlands playthrough, and like say there was a side mission that you liked, we have those saves still active. So if you're on the completely unnecessary tier, I could be like, hey, I can give you 15 minute or 20 minute feat today, and you could be like, can you go in that Borderlands save that you have and do this mission, and I'll do it and I'll stream it, or I'll record it and I'll send it to you, like, or we'll probably stream it just for you, and if you don't see it live, it'll be in a folder where it's for just that membership tier, or it'll be a long form content, and you'll be able to just be accessed. It'll be just accessed by the that membership tier. So there is value there. Plus, also, like, we shout people out all the time. I'm sure if I don't remember your name, it's not because you're not a member on a membership tier. It's just eventually it's going to be like, I don't know, there's this professional wrestler, Triple H, back in the day. He would, like, when he beat you, he would add the name of that opponent onto the tagline of all the people that he beat. So I kind of do that same thing, but try to add it to the end of all the people that are supporting us. But I have to make sure to prioritize the people that are paying, that are basically members and membership tiers first, because I want, that's part of the perk, you know what I mean? But I'm also shouting out people that unfortunately are not financially able to do that, but definitely would. But they still stay around on streams. They comment on stuff all the time. They like stuff all the time. That's just as important to us. So I shout those people out too, especially because we only have like a dozen of those people right now. We have 2,600 subscribers, and we're very appreciative of that. Very thankful and blessed. But as far as like active engagement, it's about a dozen people. So you're already getting to be part of a crew of a small amount of people that are. It's small, but it's mighty, and that's more important than it being large and distant. So I hope that you appreciate that. Yeah, all that for $10. Yeah, I mean, there's people that do one thing on their YouTube, and they only do it one time a week, and they ask for Patreons to give them money in different tiers for that one thing. And we're a gaming channel, so as long as you like games, especially like wait till we have like the Patreon or not the Patreon tier, but the membership tier, and we do those private videos. Some of that stuff could include, so I'm speculating here, but it could include up to like, hey, here's access of 15 games on our backlog, make us start one of these, you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. And so you're also helping us grow as people, because we need motivation to do our backlog just as much as anybody else does. And we may utilize stuff like Game of Day May to do that, but then there's other times that it's still so much to look at that it's frustrating. It's still so much to look at that you may not know where to start. So like when one of the people in our group can like let us know, when the members can let us know, when the subs let us know, like, hey, I like this game, and it happens to also cross-reference with our backlog. It's almost like a marriage that's made in heaven, because we're able to do two things with one stone. You give us, with our empathy, can really ping and like clock what your intentions is about playing this game, and then when the passion comes through, you are not figuratively but literally exposing us to something that we may just look as another icon in our backlog, which is just the worst part about it. It's a sea of nothing. The illusion of choice, right? So shout out to anybody that is tackling anything on their backlog, and I guess that's a segue for that. Like, it's insane that we're in a situation where, and it's such a first world problem to have too many games to play. So, anytime that you guys can take the heat off of that and be like, yeah, so like we did our first community poll that let people know what games that they could pick for a spot in Game of Day May, and they showed up and showed out with 32 votes, and we hadn't had that much engagement in anything, but Red Dead won overwhelmingly. So if you haven't checked that out, there's an episode, First Impressions with Bray. On that one, we do a series called First Impressions, where we do a lengthy first session of a game that we have nostalgia for. In this case, Bray had never played Red Dead Redemption, so he gave a good 5 hours to that to kind of like get past the tutorial part so you can really get in the meat of that. And then that will also be continuing as a series that he will do, because you know I beat that game and I'm not trying to waste time with something right now when I have other things I have to get into. Not that it would be a time waste, but for him to be able to play that for you guys after that first impression. First impressions is the reason why you're watching what you're watching right now. I bought the Pacman game because I knew I liked Pacman and knew nothing about it. Missed the Stadia release, didn't have a Stadia. Bought this, did a first impressions video, a lengthy, almost legendary stream, which is a tapped out stream for the first one. So 10-hour stream where I go through the tutorial, I go through the elimination mode until I unlock ranked mode, then I jump out of ranked mode for a little bit. Bray does a 90-minute first impression himself of that within it, so it's almost like a first impressionception of that. So you'll get another 90-minute snapshot in the middle of that, which eventually will probably be cut out and available separately too. It'll still be in there, but it'll also be available separately too, because I think that what he goes into during that 90 minutes mystery perk is stuff like, you know, like I said, like being given videos that are directly to you. You know, we still have it. It's to be determined on some of it, because seriously, Skippy the Bard is the pioneer member of that tier, and we're offering a lot right now on top of it. So mystery perk is still to be determined, but probably a cameo. It's gonna probably be a cameo style feat of a small duration of time, which is literally us doing something specifically for you on a game that we've already started probably, or that's in our backlog. But I don't want to quantify it completely, because that's why it's a mystery. If I told you, it wouldn't be a mystery. So it could be up to and including that type of stuff. Just think around that realm there. And we're still looking for suggestions for merchandise. We're kind of looking into that. It's not coming yet, because we want to make sure that when we give you stuff, it's affordable and it's quality and stuff like that. That's very important to us as a brand, to not shill stuff that's crappy and breaks, and you know, fabrics that have graphics on it that are when they transfer, it doesn't transfer properly, or transfers cheaply, or looks like it's cheaply produced. We're trying not to do that. So it'll be probably just simple little things, you know what I mean? The things that other people probably are doing, just more tailored to our brand. I mean, our tentative goal for the merchandise store is definitely by the end of the 2024 calendar year, but you know, it's the least of the priorities as far as we're concerned, because the main, that's, I guess if I ever thought that the ego would show us through that, you know, I mean, we still don't have corporate business cards yet, so that to me is even more of a bigger priority than getting you guys, you know, shirts and hats and whatever. But not to say that that's not coming, it's just not coming right away. Phrasing boom. If you're just tuning in, we got about 21 more dubs, and we're gonna wrap this up by 6 a.m. EST. Trying to stop at 4:50, and then I got to get some slumber, and then I might come back with another pack snack or two before I have to go to my shoot job, which is the job that I'm only there because you guys haven't put me here full time yet. But we literally are working this full time too. Bray definitely works this full time when I'm at my other job, so we are full-time YouTubers and content creators here, and I hope that you feel like when you stop by that you might be enticed to look at some of the other offerings and become part of the Vid-Bits group with us. Edgy winter. Oh, wow. Also, like, just to clarify that the gaming feats perk or something like that, a perk like that would be tied to the completely unnecessary tier. Like, it would be one a month. It wouldn't be like we're not monkeys. We can't, like, we're not gonna dance on command or whatever. But I want to do Borderlands completely, all the missions and stuff. But it's just not. Unfortunately, that can derail somebody. So like, if I was to say like the feat would be like do some more missions in Borderlands, it could be as simple as, hey, can you give me another episode of this too? That helps. That would be also, I guess, considered a mystery perk, is to help us continue a series that we started. So you could basically provoke any of the series that's not had another episode, possibly to get another episode, that kind of stuff too, which that's even more of a value, because usually that we try to do no less than an hour and a half, 2 hours when we do that. So I think that would be also kind of like in the realm of mystery perks. So, but then I wanted to make sure that I remind you that it would not be a mystery if I just told you straight up what it was. So any and all of the things that we've discussed may or may not be in there, but just trying to find unique ways to bring the value to in the membership tier, other than like, oh cool, now I can buy a pizza once a month because this guy's a member. Like, no, it goes in a hopper, and right now, if you haven't heard the current goal, it's to use as much of the funds as possible to get the Switch successor when it launches, and all of the content possible that we can for that, so we can be on the ground floor of that coverage, because I think that's going to be very important in video game history. I don't quite know what makes me say that, just because I guess is nobody really saw the Switch coming. I mean, I kind of did when I heard it was going to continue the Wii U concept, because I was so on fire for the Wii U guys, like, jeez, like, so on fire. I mean, I remember watching the E3 about that when E3 was still a big deal, and like, people were so on fire for that. The developers that were also claiming that they were going to support that, and who all backpedaled, like, once everybody all started backpedaling from it's insane. But especially like the tech demos that they showed and stuff, and what it was going to do versus what it did at launch. I'm not saying that it didn't start hitting some of the marks, but it was one of those situations where it's a version of a failed Nintendo console. I mean, to them, it's not as bad as the Virtual Boy per se, but unfortunately, like, people talk about it in the same conversation as like, oh, this is the only things that they failed on. Gameplay with us is basically the main thing. Also, is the perks of the membership tiers. Is right now the main gameplay with us that's commonly available is we can set up time to meet in the Bedrock Minecraft server. If not, it would be a multiplayer game that we have access to from a list that would be to be determined, or something that you could possibly suggest that we could get on like a Discord or something about that's in our backlog. That's a multiplayer experience like that. As far as like co-oping, creating content with you, you would also just be under the understanding that we're putting the video up on our channel, and it'll be up there, and unless you say something completely off the key or whatever on mic, if it's a mic game, then it stays up. If not, then we may have to take it down based on if the conversations were not good. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where we've had mic'd up situations with some people, but like, I don't want to say that you're vetted before that happens, but sometimes it may be a situation where there's no commentary between the two of us, and we still just play an online game together. Like in, for example, this, you would jump in the lobby, and I would be able to play some elimination games with you. So you would, I would join you. I'd let you join my friends list, and then like we would do elimination games together because we can't do ranked, and so we'd be in the same lobbies and stuff and play a sesh together or whatever. And you could literally say, hey, I'm playing with the #1 ranked Pacman player in the world, or whatever. But as far as like, also, if you're a content creator, there's a chance that we'll be okay with cross-pollination of that content. I'm not sure how that exactly will work, because we haven't had that come up yet, but we also don't want to completely, discredit your concern for how that is as far as monetization and stuff goes if it went viral. So I don't know the specifics of all that stuff yet. We've just been having really chilled, it was been, Borderlands and zombies with a couple of our members, and so it's not had a lot of issues. We did have though like a little bit of a social difference of opinion of somebody that we played online with, and it got to the point where it was a little bit awkward. So like again, it's not that you have to be fully vetted or whatever, but we want to make sure that we're not going to go live, then all of a sudden it gets bad and we have to nuke the stream and then we have to ban you, and it hasn't come to that yet, but I feel like it could with certain, you know, groups and stuff. Unfortunately, people can, you know, present one way and be another. So, and that's definitely not saying that's you, Matthew, at all. You've been really wholesome with your comments and very respectful in chat, and also very consistent in being around and stuff. And we appreciate having you around, man. So, it's not been a negative thing at all. So. We've had people, unfortunately, though, also over trauma dump in some chat. So, like, those are the type of people. So, say that was you and you over trauma dumped in chat, but you're also jumped in the membership tier. Like, we're not going to then not. I don't want that to be bad, where then all of a sudden we don't do the things that we said we'll do. But I feel like then that person sometimes could be a trolley type person, and we're not wanting to be in a situation where. You know, they're like, okay, play this horrible game that we don't want to play, and they're not. It's something that's going to be a time sink, but then we're obligated to do it, which we still will do it from, you know, if that's where it's at. But like, not trying to be in a situation where we're trolled for $10 a month. It's not worth it. We have so much going on that we're just trying to add an extra layer of connectivity so that when we do streams and stuff, you can like have like that, the stuff that's associated with that. I don't know, because like I haven't been like actively following streamers or people and stuff like that on YouTube, because I've been too busy the last 2 years making this stuff with Bray, but I don't even really know how that whole system works. I mean, I do watch Charlie sometimes, and he's awesome, definitely aspirational. Used to watch a little bit of Markiplier and stuff here and there too, you know. $19 more to go. Yep, I tried to set a lofty goal today. I mean, I think on a side note, if we get one more dub, I think that'll be 150 wins in a row in the first place spot. If you look at this stream, the entirety of last stream, and the last pack snack of the stream before that, so the last third of it, the last hour and a half portion, was 18 dubs. So it's awesome. And if you hear me talk about things in pack snacks and snack packs, that's basically, like I said, our way of cutting this down into 90-minute episodes eventually. When we do editing of this, when I hit the goal, like, it's going to be awesome, and you'll be able to just watch it at 18 wins at a time all the way up, where, you know, you can follow along based on how I chunked it out, so everything will still be in its original form, but also in a more condensed form, and a supercut, all that type of stuff. So thank you for continuing to tolerate my talk, my verbiage, but I wanted to make sure that I'm setting the branding in now, so that when somebody says it later, I can be like, I said it on this day, on this stream, and I'm the one that kind of said that that's what that's going to be. Because I don't know if you, but sometimes I can't sit down and watch like a super long stream, but I could put on an hour and a half in the background while I'm grinding on an RPG, and be able to follow along and watch you, because I second screen all the time. Like, the only reason why I don't second screen as much now is because we have the channel, and we're working full-time on that, and then when I'm not there, I'm doing responsibilities or working my shoot job. So I really, unless it's been like a couple weeks that we even haven't had time just to watch a movie or whatever that we normally do, which is a good problem to have. Can't say that I would have thought it was a good problem eventually, that I can't get to the movies and stuff I want to watch, but Lord knows if I'm not rewatching the same stuff everybody else, because I'm trying to get like that dopamine out of it, watching the same movies and then being upset that they're not funny anymore. And it's like the universe's way of saying, you got stuff to do, guy. Get in there and make some content, you know? And it's easy to do, especially when we try to give you guys a full programming block every day now, and it's been full tilt since we got monetized because they decided to believe in us and you guys pushed it to happen, and once monetization happened for us, then we decided to bet on ourselves and just go full in on it. Oh my god, I've never been in one with 4 people before. This is a first, guys. This is our... Wow, you got to see a first. I've not been in a maze where it started with 4 people. And I just ate everybody? No, I didn't. Did I? No, that guy's bullying me. Stop bullying me. No, don't get that bright waffle. No. No, no, no. Why'd I do that? No. That was crazy, though. Don't get that other Energizer. That's mine. Wow. If I hadn't got the shield power up, I would have just swept through all 4 of those guys, and that would have been awesome because unfortunately we were 1 away from the trophy, guys. If we would have had 1 more person pop in that maze, that trophy would have popped off. That would have been really cool. It'll happen, guys. It'll happen. Wow. I still just, I don't know. That's amazing that you got to see it first, Matthew. See me have my first match out of almost 500 with starting in a maze with 4 people, and I survived it. I mean, not that specific round, but I definitely didn't lose to all those guys. So hopefully that gives you some hope that when we're facing a bunch of other real people, that you can see what kind of potential I have to still navigate a maze with 4 ghosts in it and 3 other pack people. Wow, that's insane. I love this game. I'm so over the hate for this game. Hashtag stop hating Pacman. Like, what did he do? Hashtag what did he do? Like, what the hell? Like, Pacman didn't do anything. People are dumb. Sorry that you lost your game. I liked Mario 35. Nobody's giving me any type of sympathy. Nintendo doesn't seem like they're like working hard to restore it. They obviously said they were gonna take it down on a specific day, and then they just did, and it's been nothing but bitching about it since then from the people that loved it. Like, what the hell would you do that for? So yeah, I mean, nothing against Pacman 99, but I really just didn't feel like it had the balance that this game has. So, and that's coming from somebody that can hit 150,000 points on an arcade Pacman machine. Get the 5th key and talk to me, you know, and then be like, oh, this Pacman game sucks. Like, maybe you just suck at life and you're just mad at yourself and you just want to make me feel bad because I like Pacman. I don't know. That's the end of that mini rant, but it bothers me that I tried to look up information about when there was going to be new skins and stuff, and then I just come across a tirade of people being assholes. 18 more to go. 1 pack snack away, which is about 18 wins, which takes about 90 minutes. So if you're tuning in at this point in the stream, look to us to end in about 90 minutes. I'm not going to take another break. I'm just going to crush these wins unless I have to use the restroom, but I've been doing a pretty good job pacing myself with my hydration and stuff. So that would put the stream ending at about 4:20, something like that, something around there. And then we will update our standing in the leaderboards, which at this point we're trying not to look at that obsessively because it takes away time for games. But so far the milestones that we've hit in this specific stream is we just now had the first game on win 432, where we had a part in the maze where we restarted the screen with 3 other pack people, which is 1 away from that trophy popping off, which would have been awesome. We're on level 25 now, and we just hit that. We hit 100,000 pack credits, and also we hit 30,000 on the rating. So this whole specific stream itself has been very momentous, and it's been awesome so far. 18 more wins to go, or what we like to call a pack snack. 18 wins is a pack snack, because it takes about an hour and a half, which nowadays is about the average, you know, small movie or small movie experience. So hopefully you're enjoying it. I love the fact that that match had that screen with all those packs in it, because it just broke up the monotony of some of this, and it will continue to do so when they do balancing, when they you know, they roll out different regions being added to the mix of the collective pool. Even if you have the ghost repel, guys, do not press people, especially in like the corners. Ugh. Yeah, Matthew, we're almost there. it's like it seems to me like in order for me to close that gap to number 1, if it really means that you have to get both missions done to get double the experience points and a dub, then it looks like the whole strat's gonna evolve, because that will allow me to not have to play nearly as many games, and will also explain why there's such a significant difference in rating between some of us at the top here. Ugh. Oh God. Oh no. That's it. There it is. 11th place. There it is. Jesus Christ. There went the whole fucking thing as far as like the #1 streak goes. Wow. Wow. So, if you were keeping track, that was a, let's see, 100, 138, 148, that was our longest streak, 156 streak that we just lost because of me trying a new strat to get more experience points. So luckily we did not do, that's one of the lowest that we've finished, but we still got more experience points than you would have normally got for finishing that low. But man, that was insane. So let's see, 138 plus 18, so 148. 156 is our highest streak, guys. It's all good. We don't, like I said, I wasn't stressing about that, and now I can ease up a little bit more, but that's not how we like to do around here. We like to get them dubs, but sorry that I ruined the 156 first place finishes in a row by getting 11th place by being super crazy. All that goes to show you is there is big risk jumping out there early like that. And I like to make I don't know, I'm not trying to overproduce these so that there's excitement in there or a reason for you to watch a specific one more than another, but there you go. There's another reason why this was a unique stream as we get the next and last 12 dubs of this streak. of this stream. But if you just watched, we just finished 11th, which, you know, knocked us down off of our pedestal of 156 first place victories in a row. And I'm totally cool with that. It was a lot to keep up, you know what I mean? I didn't want to have to keep doing maths, and now we can start a new streak, and it's all gravy. But God, dude, like, you know, that could have happened any given time last night when I was trying to go 100 and so it's kind of crazy that happened now and you got to see it. But it's not what I was going for last night, that's for damn sure, so it's kind of funny. That's what I get for trying to do some crazy stuff. I told myself that I was going to try to do that on a different account so that I didn't mess with this one. I was going to try to mess around with that strat, and then it was working for a little bit. So, yep, there's that. More, guys. 11 more. Hello, Matthew. I don't know if you were in here just a minute ago, if you jumped out, but I got an 11th place, which is out of the 439 wins. I only have probably about 15 matches that I did not place first, pretty much. So it's one of those, and it snapped 156 first place winning streak, but that's fine. I'm a little tired. But it's also not like I called the shot like I did last night, so that also makes it even more special that people that saw that realized that that was more of a feat than it seemed, because at any time that mental fatigue, or in my case when I got that 11th place, I tried a different strat. And I've said several times, let's not reinvent the wheel after you're 39-0, so that was kind of dumb. And if there was more people in the field, that could have been the end of the biggest streak that we got going on, which is the flawless going on. So appreciate you having you back. Yep, just trying to plug away through. 11 more victories. Should be wrapping up before 6 a.m. EST, because it only takes about an hour to get 10, or about an hour to get 12 victories, and we got about 11 more to go. So hopefully you're enjoying it, and we're going to end at 450, and then we'll check and see where our ranking is and where we are on the leaderboards, and we will call it for now, and you will be seeing Braden again later today with another episode of Game a Day May. Ten more to go, Matthew. 10 more to go, bud. Yep. We said it at the exact same time. That's awesome. 10 more to go. Probably snap another pick at 444, because again, how many crazy numerical milestones are we going to be blessed enough to see today? This specific stream was pretty interesting though. Snapping the 156 win streak, where we got 156 first place victories in a row between the start of this stream to when I lost that streak, and then the last stream, and then the stream before that, the end of that one, that kind of strung between the three of them, which is awesome. It's just a neat journey. So far, like, that's a whole third of our victories was undefeated in a row. but like we're completely undefeated, but I don't know what the actual stats of first place victories are, but I know it's really high because I know that statistically I'm looking at the person that's in the lead, and we have pretty similar pacing as far as like rating goes versus how many wins we have, so it's helped me kind of dictate what pace is for that. It's weird. I'm still trying to figure out some of the inconsistencies as to why you'll get more experience points in a one match versus another, but that's alright. I only snapped the win streak because I tried to do something dumb, you know, trying to get all the objectives done, and then I don't know if that's necessarily the move. But I'd say it's about an hour. I mean, give or take. Oh god. Appreciate that, Matthew. I can't wait to see it either, and the fact that you can say that you were part of the journey and part of the chats in the journey, it's going to be a legendary thing, and when people come see this, when it goes viral and everything, it's going to be awesome that you have an opportunity to be in those chats and you can say that you were part of it when nobody really cared, and because we're not doing it for everybody, we're doing it for us, and so you're part of us right now, being a part of the streams and keeping me motivated in chat, helping count down streaks, having countdown matches to go. So that's so motivating to be able to have met you through, you know, a chat room online of you watching us play these games and everything, and to be able to motivate and be motivated by you. It's so cool. It's such a cool thing. Reciprocity. Nine more to go though, fellas. 9 more to go for this specific stream. We're gonna end on 450. A nice even 450, and then we'll see where we're at in the leaderboard, see what kind of moves other people have made, and then we'll kind of have a scope of what the next session is going to look like. But like I said, stick around for another episode of Game of Day May today. That'll be coming at you sometime in the afternoon or the mid-afternoon in the United States Eastern time zone, so I don't know exactly what time that'll be. 8 more to go. Oh, okay. 7 more to go. There's something about cheese crackers with peanut butter. I don't know why it works. But if you need a quick pick-me-up, it's delicious. 69. What the hell was that about? 69. What? That's just weird. I don't... Huh. That's just weird. Sorry, I was just reviewing footage. I apologize. I just wanted to see what was going on there because I've never gotten 69 experience points from something, or 69 level points from something. Like, that's weird. That is the outlier, guys, as far as we know. I mean, right there. Because we had 156 first place finishes in a row, and then that happened. And then we're back on track. If you wanted to know the crazy thing that happened, but we're not going to look at a ranking until we do 6 more dubs, and then call it. So about another half an hour, I'd say. Well, that's weird. 69 dudes. I mean, I'm cool with it. It's neat. No offense, Big T, but we never played with each other. Haven't seen you on since day 1 or 2, and I don't want to give you too much attention because I don't know anything about you or whatever, and you've never messaged me or whatever, so no offense. You get to write out a little bit of free publicity as you got, shown on stream a couple times, but good luck to you in your content creation journey or whatever. Be different if we were linking up in lobbies and playing and stuff, but I don't want to just have that stuff clogged up for when we need space to be able to easily find our members and people in our membership tiers and stuff. So appreciate you though. Yeah. Okay, there's a 75. That's good. That would have been bad. No. No. Jeez. I know, dude, it was close. Considering the fact that in the last 100 and whatever, I don't know, I don't even want to do the math anymore. It's going to end up being like we lost one game probably in 165 games or 68 games. It'll be like 167 and 1 as far as like first place finishes go. If we can just get 4 more, that's crazy. Just 4 more, guys, 4 more games, and we'll call it for this sesh. So if you've been hanging out for this Pacman snack pack, I appreciate you guys. For us, a pack snack is about a 90-minute sesh. It gets you about 18 dubs, but we're doing about 50, so it's just a couple of those and almost a third one. So hopefully you're enjoying it and you're following along for all of the thrills, chills, spills, and all of that mess. And like, share, and subscribe for more. The more eyes on this project, the better for us. We also appreciate you sticking around. Hopefully you will check out Game a Day in May. It is our passion project where every year around the month of May we do a game a day every single day. It's a different game, and sometimes we finish them, sometimes we don't. Last year we finished every game that we played. This year we're just kind of featuring indie games and using some of them as jump off points for new series and stuff going forward for the rest of 2024. So please like, share, subscribe, and comment on those videos, because it's really important to see your feedback on those to let us know how we're doing and how you feel about the games that we're doing, and start a topical discussion about those games too. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I hope so. I hope it pays off. I mean, I don't know. I know there's a couple other people putting in the time. We'll see after these 4 victories where we're at in the leaderboard. And then I have to sleep some, then I have to go do my shoot job for an 8-hour shift, and when I come home, obviously we'll be back for some more Chomp Champs and trying to continue to push ourselves. That stream will be pushing us towards 500 and beyond, which should hit some really amazing milestones. There's a chance that by the time that stream's over, we will be the best PlayStation player in the world, and I don't even know what to say about that, so... Just to say that I'm the best in the world on PlayStation at anything will be amazing of an accomplishment. So when I say put the Vid-Bits on top of the leaderboard, like, it may not be number one right away, but it'll definitely be an aspect of number one. And number one PlayStation player is definitely a form of number one. So I will not have been a liar when we hit the first number one. It's just our end destination is the ultimate number one, which is global number one on the leaderboard. So that'll be a nice pit stop along the way to hit that milestone of number one PlayStation player in the world on this game. And if you're paying any attention to that type of stuff, Bandai, Namco, we really want to be talking to you about hanging out, you know, getting some sponsorships, because we talk highly of your brands and we do engage in a lot of your content as far as like things that you provide gaming wise. So if we can start to manifest that conversation, that'd be awesome, considering the fact that I'm about to be hopefully very much on your radar here. Talk very highly about this game and enjoy it very much. I'm not really stressing what other people think about it. And at the end of the day, it's how you feel about it. Low tooth. Even that. Alright, 3 more. Oh, can't wait to see all the milestones that we hit in this sesh, besides that weird 11th place victory, but, you know, it is what it is. As long as you're in the top 32, you get a dub. If you're in the bottom 32, you get a L, and we're still rolling on the dubs, so that's cool. It's definitely not with that horrible, the worst finish that we did, which I don't even remember what stream it was in, but we placed 30th, and it was so scary because 2 more spaces and we would have been at the very, very bottom of the finishing places, like, and then it would have been in 1. I would like to see this stay as long as possible. I feel like we can keep it going until the mazes are super populated with other people, or when Japan's floodgates get opened as far as like their people jumping into the servers and stuff. So we're just enjoying it while we can, trying to hit milestones, you know, 500 wins, that kind of stuff. So hopefully you're sticking around for the ride. 3 more guys. Gonna be ending a little bit after being on stream for over 4 hours and 20-ish minutes. So that's awesome. Yeah. I guess if I had to quantify what I think a 4-ish hour stream would be, it'd be like an excellent stream, maybe we'll call it excellent. You know, so we have excellent at 4 hours, epic at 7 to 8 or 7 to 9 hours, and legendary topping out. So something like that. I think it's neat just to add a little bit of flair to it by having like rarity tiers to the stream lengths that we do. Just another little thing that somebody else may do a variance of it, but we just want to put our own little spin on it. And if somebody else has a variance on it, we're not trying to copy on anybody. We're just trying to do our thing, and if there's synchronicities to us coming up with the same stuff, that's cool. If not, imitation's the most sincere form of flattery. So yeah, this will be an excellent stream here, I guess. You know, a snack pack, which to me is anything between, let's see, anything between 36 and, 54 wins, something like that. Because we can get 18 wins in a 90-minute sesh, so being able to give a little bit more than that. Two more, guys. Can feel the love. Two more, and if we pull it off, well, when we pull it off, it's going to be amazing. But we did 100 victories in a row without losing a single match, finishing in first place every single one last stream. The last third of the stream before that, we didn't lose. And this 50 piece, we have 11th place finish. So I will take 168. We have 167 and 1 as far as like first place finishes goes. Can't be too perfect because then you lose sight of keeping your feet on the ground. And we try to be blessed, appreciative, humble, and thankful around here, especially knowing that we are just giving the ability to perform for you guys. But at the end of the day, RNG affects things, luck affects things, more than we'd like to say. I had a match earlier at the beginning of the stream where I just died for no reason. Like I just was standing there and just died. So you never know. So to me, I think the 11th place victory keeps us humble, considering the fact that of course I would have loved to have done another half of that flawless, and that also makes it so that when I try to hit the stretch goals of a 10-hour stream flawless and then a max stream flawless, which is the goals. I mean, I'm just letting you know. We already have a epic stream flawless, so then I want to do a little bit more than that, and then I want to do a max stream flawless if we can, and if we're not, it's no stressors. It drives me. It's like a sub little goal, something else, a little fun that you can follow along with. But just two more, guys, two more, and we'll call it a nice 50 stack. So hopefully you've enjoyed it, and then after those two, I will go ahead and jump on the leaderboard and see where we're at, so I can update you with the progress, and we will take a well-rested sleep. Then go do our shoot job, which I just don't really, get into what I do outside of this. Go do that for an 8-hour shift, and then I will come home. Hopefully, Braden will have put something together amazing for you guys. I know that he's got some great plans for Game of Day May for today, and then so I'll get back to you, and we'll reconvene with pushing ourselves over 500 victories in the next milestone. But again, after these two victories, we'll go ahead and look at it and see what kind of milestones we unlock, because I feel like we hit a couple more. Just certain stuff like this, being this number and and being this place on this platform, that type of stuff. Stuff that just falls in the same category as just what we're already playing. I'm not trying to go too in depth with it. We'll see what it is. Luckily, we're all on the splash page now, so unless somebody was making coinciding moves with me, like I kind of saw earlier that people had made some moves when I was sleeping, which is cool. Some people are more pressed than others. I'm just not trying to give some people too much attention, so I'm going to let them do their own thing and stay their own lane, and we're just going to stay in ours and remain eligible, which is the key to achieving something like this. It's just making sure that you're eligible to receive it, and you're being appreciative for the opportunity to provide it. Those things really go far as manifesting energy for a task or a feat. So. Alright guys, just one more dub. We'll probably start that game right around 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. We'll hit that dub, then we will look at our stats and we will call it a sesh. I appreciate you hanging out with me for this leg of the journey. Another 50 stack of wins. And we're very thankful and blessed and humbled to be able to provide this for you. I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits. I'm part of a father-son YouTubing, our YouTube gaming nexus. We have all kinds of things to offer you, all kinds of series, and we're continuing to grow, encroaching 900 videos and more over the 2 years of our content creation here. So just know that when you hang out with us, it's not just a one specific niche. We're just not a Pacman channel, just not a Dark Souls channel, just not a Minecraft channel. We do all kinds of gaming content here. So if you hang out with us, you are definitely gonna get your money's worth, and you know your time is valuable to us, and we really appreciate that you're spending it here. Yeah, Matthew, sorry man, I have to be responsible with my health to make sure that these feats can happen. I did do 100 matches in a row, not even 24 hours ago, so to do half of that again and do a 4-hour sesh, you know, I do have some really legendary, more than epic streams approaching for this game, because when you see the leaderboard after this match, we got some work to do. And hopefully we'll be lucky enough for the people that are ahead of us to not do the work. Hopefully they're fatigued. I'm thinking that some of these people were early access, so they've already played this game for a whole another week on top of me. So I am spry. I am ready to go. I'm just getting started, and after this stream here, we'll be at about 44-ish hours of content on this game so far within the first week. So we're definitely putting in the time. I have to make sure that I balance work and health, and you know, like I said, this is not a job to me as far as like playing Pacman. It is a job as YouTube. We're full-time YouTube creators here on the platform, but like as far as like playing Pacman, that's not a job. But I feel like if I, you know, overextend myself too much, or I don't break up the sessions throughout the day in the proper way, then I might have sloppy play. You know, that could have attributed to that 11th place earlier, but that's fine, I digress. More along the lines of, there was a stream the other night that I almost fell asleep like 2 or 3 times because I just did not manage my time well for the day, and I had in my head a better belief of how the time was being managed versus how it actually was. So it's never that I don't want to do it. I just know that, okay, if I stream for a couple extra hours, it's not going to make the milestones seem as attractive as I'm trying to put them forth as. And also it'll make it so that I have less sleep to do my other job that I have to do, unfortunately, right now. So, you know, and with that being said, though, it's definitely not that I don't want to do it. I love this game and I love spending time with you guys, but also I love sleeping and recharging the batteries, because I would say around here you can't pour from an empty cup, and if you you know, you overextend yourself, then it's gonna come out somewhere, right? You're gonna oversleep your alarm. You're gonna, you know, cancel some sort of plans with somebody because you want to sleep more to catch up. Like it'll encroach somewhere. Like you don't get, it just won't not be a thing. So I just don't want that to be the case, especially because the way that we have things handled right now is between projects. When I'm up, Braden's not. When Braden's up, I'm not. And there's a crossover time where we're both up. So you still have something to look forward to soon. I just don't know what time. Because in the fact that as far as the EST or the Eastern United States goes, we're kicking 6 a.m.'s door down. And for me, I'd like to at least try to go down to sleep before there is too much light going on. But thank you, Matthew. I appreciate that you're loving the stream, and that means the world to us, because we're creating TV for you guys, and yeah. So here's to win 450. It's about to come up right there. We go, and we go. So, what do you want to talk about? I pushed that outlier off there. Yep, pushed the outlier off there. So, if we want to talk about milestones, going back 3 streams ago, we had an 18 win streak at the end of that stream. In the last stream, we had a 100 win streak. And when I'm saying wins, it's not just wins, it's also first places in a row. So that would be 118, and then we got pretty decent into this 50 stack, and we lost in 11th place a little bit ago. So that brought our streak to an end of 156 first place victories between 3 streams ago, the entirety of last stream, and the first part of this stream. So I'm pretty impressed. The new personal record is 156, and I actually just I had to note that so I could write down which one we had. You know, I'll have to find out which one was the failure so that I can know where the new streak starts, so I can kind of try to keep track of that in case some craziness is afoot. So the next stream will be an episode of Game of Day May. I can't spoil that because there's a couple games that are in consideration. The whole schedule as far as that goes is pretty well filled, with the exception of one spot that we're going to go ahead and do a community poll probably later today to determine closer towards the end of the month what that's going to be. But I think Bray pretty much has it between 1 or 2 titles today for the Game of Day May. And then after that, I don't know if he has anything else specifically planned that he's going to do during the course of the day, but we have such a large amount of time for the day, so he will hit you up with something else, I'm sure, or he maybe not, I don't know, but you're definitely going to get a Game of Day May episode, and then there will be another Chomp Champs episode after I go and do my shoot job, come home, you know, connect with him and everything else, make sure that everything's good, and then we will have an episode of Chomp Champs as well. So with that being said, let's go ahead, and I feel like it's a pretty good spot to go ahead and see where we're at on the leaderboards. I was a little bit nervous because, you know, this is the fun part, and we worked really hard for this. We spent over 4 hours playing this game in this session to be able to look at this screen now. So without further ado, no drum roll needed, but I guess if I was going to do it, I'd go. There we go. There we go, guys. We just with those last couple wins, we passed one of our rivals, Shiba Inu, and we are now right with our main rival. It's us and the King. That's it, right there. Us and the King, man. Us and Kofi. Kofi generously gave us a little bit of time today to get some more ground with him. He, you know, he only played 20 games today. That's awesome. And I'm not trying to misgender you, he, they. I appreciate you and the freaking, I don't know, like the grind, the hustle. So we're showing here clearly that we are the #1 PlayStation player in the United States Eastern Division by quite a large margin now, which is great. I wanted to make sure I put a huge gap there for us, and I don't know where Kofi is, but I know that we are now the #2 PlayStation player in the United States Eastern Division. I'm sorry, the #2 player in the United States Eastern Division, the #1 PlayStation player in the United States Eastern Division. Then here we go, the big enchilada here. Drum roll, please. And we are now right there underneath our rival for PlayStation supremacy on this platform, and that's where we'll be headed, guys. That's the next stream. The next Chomp Champs episode will be pushing past Socrates. Hopefully he doesn't like do something crazy when I'm at my work at my shoot job. We're gonna push past him, and we will take the #1 spot PlayStation globally in this game, which is amazing. So we are 4th overall in the world. We are right there with the big dogs. Like, I'm so blessed to be here. We're gonna end up eclipsing Socrates in the next stream, and it's gonna be amazing, guys, because we're putting in the work, we're putting in the grind. So every time that you see me update this, it's been bigger and bigger, and when we pass Socrates and we leave him in the dust, we will not have to worry about doing a lot of updates, because it's just gonna be putting in the work and some long legacy streams of just so much work we have to put in, because they have pretty much double the points that we do. So with that being said, I hope that you appreciated this part of the journey, this leg of the journey, and you can see that we're clearly making a lot of progress here. It's a lot of it's contingent largely upon how much moves the other people make versus how long these episodes will be, but I don't want to lose any ground. Obviously it takes a long time to get here, and they're gonna have to put in the work, so I know when they do how much time it takes. So I appreciate you guys for checking it out. Thank you for Matthew for pretty much being exclusive to the comments for this stream. So shout out to Matthew for hanging out with me and keeping me motivated. So I'm really thankful that you hung out today, and it's been nice seeing you around, and can't wait to see you on the next one. With that being said, it's Brian from the Vid-Bits, and this has been Chomp Champs, and here we go, man. We're in the running, and I hope that you're ready for the rest of the ride. Buckle up, because it's going to get bumpy, but we will take it. We will take the #1 PlayStation spot next stream and put us 3rd globally, and our quests will continue to be #1 on the US Eastern boards and the global leaderboards in Pacman Chomp Champs. So thank you very much. It's been Brian from the Vid-Bits, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace.